Check, check, check.
Hi, Bob Stodall. How are you? What's up? It's the time to do this. It seems like we just did Historic Preservation Month, and it was. It's not. Two reasons. One is a lot of that money is SNPLMA money. It's federal money from the public land. And some of it, Bob, we are trying to use as a little stimulus to the local economy. Survey that we did about a year ago, or coming up on a year, creating jobs was basically the top thing that the community told us that they wanted us to achieve. And so it's not very much in relation to what we've normally spent in the past, but it's still an opportunity by infusing some capital into the community to put people to work. So
I think that's why I told them that they're still, like, what I try and do is separate myself from that. I tell them not to cover the city council meeting budgets and all that, but certain things I try and just separate myself.
Right. I understand. But it's a legitimate question. And we have to balance, what are our budget realities versus how much can we create in these projects. We still got to maintain things. We still got to take care of the city. We've certainly scaled that money back, but the thought was if we cut it off completely, it's just going to have an economic woes.
How much money is SNP?
I don't know what percentage in it. No, it's probably it's going into the parks. It's probably a no chunk. We can find that out. That's a problem. So
You guys are right here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. Good.
Nancy, what's your position?
I don't know what yeah.
See, we don't live in Las Vegas.
I can't write this down. Yeah, absolutely. On our way. By the way, I love your minutes. The one for the women's circle. I didn't even get to see you, but I'll tell you what. Anne and Pat almost had me here laughing and emotional. So it was a really neat event. Hey, how are you? Thank you. Good to see you. I'm blaming your girlfriend. He's taking care of me. Yeah, it's good to see you. Hey, how are you? Good to see you again. Good to see you too. Oh, good. Oh, yeah. Good to see you.
anytime you're ready, Mayor.
You
There are a couple commissioners here, so you're good in your speech.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The May 19th, 2010 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We always make an announcement in abundance of caution. We have no reason to ever expect that alarms would activate here, but we do have a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. So should alarms activate, please leave through the exits, and then our marshals will tell you when it's safe to re-enter the building. As I say, no reason to expect that to happen, but better to be safe than sorry. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Benny Hawkes, Victory Outreach, Las Vegas, and please remain standing for the pledge.
If I could please have every head bowed and every eye closed, please. Heavenly Father, we come before you this beautiful day, Lord, and we pray, Lord God, for this entire day, God. I pray that you would give Mayor Goodman, God, and his colleagues, Lord God, everyone wisdom, God, understanding, enlightenment, illumination, God, that they would be able, God, to make the right decisions, God. And I pray, God, that there would be no disruption, God, no confusion, God, because I know that people sometimes come and they say things that need not be said, Lord. But I pray, God, that you would just take hold, God, as an entire council meeting, God, from right now all the way to the end, Lord. And we ask you this all in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. What happened? Good morning, everybody. Once again, this is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and the first item is going to honor the May Employee of the Month, and I'd like to ask Human Resources Manager Dan Tarwater, where are you, Dan, to please join us up here. And I'm proud to announce that the May Employee of the Month is Demetrius Black. Demetrius, come on up, please. Demetrius is a customer service representative and has been with the city since 2003. We often talk about serving the community and providing the highest levels of customer service, but Demetrius really embodies those traits. Citizens with business at City Hall often don't know where to go, and many times they end up at the front counter in Human Resources where Demetrius is ready to help them. She assisted more than 13,000 customers last year who may have otherwise experienced delays or frustrations. Not only does she work in a high-volume, fast-paced environment, but she also reviews employment applications, job postings, job hotline updates, city employee processing, and fingerprinting and badge issuance. Human Resources Management often gets feedback from citizens and employees that Demetrius helped to make their experience with the city a positive one. Demetrius always meets the needs of each customer in a sincere, respectful, and courteous manner, and on behalf of the entire City Council, I'd like to congratulate her on being named the May 2010 Employee of the Month. And along with this plaque, I'm going to ask her to loan me the $100 that she got with her Visa card. Compliments of the, it's gone, oh boy. Compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union. So let's give her a big round of applause. And before we hear from you, Dan, we'd like to say a couple words.
I'll just say a few words. We are so proud of her today. She typifies basically the best ambassador we ever had for meeting the public and working with our employees. But I don't want to take anything away. This is Lynn, who is her supervisor, and she has some very kind words to say.
Thank you. Art Demetris is so deserving of this recognition today, not only for what she does every single day as a customer service representative, but for the person that she is. Even under the most difficult of circumstances, she provides the highest standard of customer service. She treats every single person, every employee, every citizen that visits City Hall with the utmost respect, courtesy, and dignity, and it's truly a privilege to be her supervisor and see her recognized today.
And I can personally attest to what they're saying, because when I see you, you always have a big smile on your face. You're always happy, and you make everybody around you feel as though they're important. So thank you very much. Here's the mic.
Okay. Thank you. Am I good with this?
You're good.
All righty. I just have holding back emotions. I have so much appreciation, love, and thanks to God and my family for making me who I am, for my HR family for giving me the opportunity every day to do the best that I can do, and last but not least, my City of Las Vegas family. All of you, thank you for giving back the energy and the love that I give to all of you. So thank you, and it's my pleasure.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Thank you.
For our next item, I'd like to invite the Historic Preservation Commission Chairman Bob Stodall to assist me in presenting 4 awards of excellence in honor of Historic Preservation Month. Before we begin, I'd like to recognize the Historic Preservation Commissioners who are here. Would they please stand? Clay T? Who else is here? Anybody else? Who? Clay D? Okay. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you for joining us, Clay D. And we thank you for your work that you do for the city and helping us on all the commissions and meetings that you attend on our behalf. Now, as I call out the awards, I'd like to ask representatives to get their award from Bob and then spread out to either side of the podium so we give everyone a big round of applause at the end. Our first winner is the Cultural Site Stewardship Program of Clark County, and I'd like to have the project manager, George Phillips, join us. He's not here? He can't make it today? Okay, well, this group has been invaluable in monitoring the condition of at-risk historic archaeological sites. They keep us informed and help us to ensure that these sites are in fact preserved, and I don't know, without their work, I can't imagine how many significant sites would have been lost. So you'll accept that on his behalf, please? Thank you. The next award goes to the Protectors of Tule Springs, and I'd like to invite Helen Mortensen and Lil Rothstein to join us. This group has done a great job advocating for the Upper Las Vegas Wash, and hopefully their continued hard work and support someday soon, there will be a beautiful, pristine national park right here in the Las Vegas Valley. If you had any idea what these ladies do, they find woolly tooth mammoth bones. They find remains of dinosaurs. They had the best time of anybody, I think, in the entire valley, with the exception of myself. While you're looking for woolly tooth mammoths, I am drinking. No, that's all right. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay, that's great. Yes, Helen.
Jill DeStefano, our founder, could not be here because of a professional conflict, and she is one that really deserves this award. We'd like to express that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies. The next 2 awards go to the City of Las Vegas for 2 special projects, and I'd like to have the representatives of the departments that worked on these projects to come forward now. The first is for the restoration and adaptive reuse of the Foreman's House at Floyd Land Park in Tule Springs. A lot of care went into this project and has resulted in a new visitor center that keeps the historic feel of the park. And if you haven't seen it, you should see it because it's really a remarkable building, and they put it back in the original condition. It's a wonderful, wonderful place to have been restored. The second award is for what is affectionately called the Signs on Stick project. This project is restoring classic neon signs from the Neon Museum and then installing them along Las Vegas Boulevard in downtown Las Vegas to highlight the roadway's designation as a National Scenic Byway. Already, we've seen the classic Binion's Horseshoe, the Silver Slipper, and the Bow and Arrow Motel sign go up there, and there are plans for a lot more. So I'd like to thank all of this year's recipients for their hard work in preserving our history. Please join me now in giving all the winners a round of applause. Now I'd like to present Bob. Where are you, Bob? Right here. Okay. With a proclamation recognizing May as Historic Preservation Month in Las Vegas. There's the proc. Oops. And Bob has been an extraordinary community partner in many different ways, just like Clay T. and so many folks that we celebrate and honor during these ceremonial portions of our agenda. Bob has volunteered to be on many, many commissions and committees and helped us with our centennial and is involved with the Bob Museum, and he's really a great community partner, and sometimes you don't get thanked for all you do for us, but we really do appreciate it. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Your Honor. It truly is. It's an honor for me to serve on that. But let me just quickly say, the city of Las Vegas continues to lead the way in historic preservation in the Las Vegas Valley, from the Fifth Street School to Tule Springs to the West Side School to the Las Vegas Mob Museum and the old Federal Building. And the special thing about these buildings are that these are not just buildings where we're going to go up and look and see, oh, that's a nice building, that's a nice piece of architecture. These are all working buildings. These are all alive with people, and it continues to do the work of Las Vegas along with historic preservation. To the council and the mayor, thank you very much for all the work you've done.
Thank you. That's great. And thank all the recipients. Another round of applause, please. Now, I understand that another group is running a little bit late, so we'll take an item out of order. For our next item, Councilman Wilson will recognize an important day that we should all keep in mind. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Good morning, Las Vegas. May 25th is National Missing Children's Day, and I'd like to point out a few things and give you a little background. After a series of high-profile missing children cases made national headlines between 1979 and 1981, the way law enforcement agencies responded to reports of missing children was forever changed. After the abduction of Adam Walsh in 1981, there was a movement to coordinate the efforts of law enforcement agencies on a local, state, and federal level. In 1983, President Ronald Reagan proclaimed May 25th as National Missing Children's Day. This time each year, we like to remind the community that it is a priority for us to reunite missing children with their families. It's also a time to remind all parents and guardians of the need to have current, high-quality photographs of their children for use in case of an emergency. In honor of National Missing Children's Day, which is May 25th, I'd like to first recognize the officers of Metro and the missing person detail, because these officers and staff work each and every day 24/7 to help find missing children and to reunite them with their families. So we've got some officers and others here. Let me ask you folks to come up here as I call your name. Let's save our round of applause till the end. First, Sergeant Tom Wagner. Come on up, please. He's also on the Nevada Child Seekers Board. Sergeant Peter Ferranti. Is Sergeant here? Detective Dan Hawley, please. Detective Pam, let me see, Kniffen? Did I screw that up? Okay. Is that you? Detective Robert Garris. Detective Glenn Brook, Detective Patrick Denny, Detective Phil Murgis, Detective Lisa Salavisa Cho, Detective Pamela Bordeaux, and Investigative Specialist Norma Zucker. Please come forward. Now let's give these officers a round of applause. These are the folks of Metro that work every single day. Behind the scenes, you know, we really don't hear too much about the many, many missing children that go missing each and every day. Once in a while we hear about the high-profile ones, but we don't hear about the others. But these officers work very diligently and very hard to try and reunite them with their families. Sergeant Wagner, would you like to say a few words, please?
I just want to thank the council for the recognition for the hard work that each and every one of these detectives does. It would not be possible, obviously, without our staff, Lieutenant Rob Lundquist, Captain Canito, the support from the nonprofit side of it, and Stephanie Parker and her group is tremendous because of the amount of cases that we handle. We look to the nonprofit to help us, and I think it's a great community effort, and I just want to thank the men and women that do the job every day, and thank you for the recognition.
Thank you. And Sergeant, let me add one other thing. This unit handles over 9,000 missing cases a year. Over one-third of those are children, including those that are either missing, endangered, lost, or runaways. There are also those who are abducted by a non-custodial partner. And according to my notes, Sergeant, you and your team should be very proud because you recover over 95% of all those persons listed as missing. And that's pretty remarkable. So a final round of applause. Thank you, officers. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to invite Stephanie Parker up here. Stephanie, she is the executive director from Nevada Child Seekers because we have a proclamation for Stephanie today. In honor of recognizing May 25th as National Missing Children's Day, I want to present you with this proclamation. In an ongoing effort to keep the names and faces of missing children in the spotlight, I want to highlight a missing child at each council meeting starting today. My hope is that this additional exposure, Stephanie, will help you and the great folks with Nevada Child Seekers in your efforts at finding these kids. Our first missing child is considered an endangered runaway. This is a unique situation in that it just isn't one, but two children we need to find. And I think we're going to go to the monitor now. You'll see pictures of Shadaria and Shania Hewlett. Shadaria is 16 years old, and Shania is her 1-month-old daughter. They were last seen on May 9th, just a couple of weeks ago, on Monterey Pine Drive, which is near Hollywood and Cary. Shadaria is 5 feet 4 inches and 118 pounds. She has brown eyes and brown and burgundy hair. Both Shadaria and her daughter are in need of medical attention as well. Now, I understand that there was a possibility that Dorothy Hewlett would be here. Okay, Dorothy. Dorothy, you're the grandmother of Shadaria, is that right? Okay, she's your, well, I don't care, whatever. You love her very much. You care for her and her daughter, and you'd like to see them back, right? Okay, well, thank you very much for coming today. Stephanie, congratulations for all your hard work every year. We appreciate it so much. Would you like to say a few words to Las Vegas?
I would, and I really appreciate this recognition to remind parents of the need to protect our children, the community to protect our children. I think this is awesome that you'll be featuring these missing children. And I know as one parent, we'll call you parent, are really grateful when people actually take interest in their child and the safety of their child. And we as a community, and we've seen in the past, that it does work. A lot of our kids are recovered because of the public. We'll call in leads so that we can expedite the recovery of these children. So we really appreciate that.
Fantastic, and thank you for coming today. The more exposure, the better. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. Okay, well, thank you very much, and congratulations. Before you go down, if you have information as to either of these child's whereabouts, you can call Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009, or the Metro's Missing Persons Unit at 702-828-3111. You can also go to the Nevada Child Seekers website on a regular basis, and I'm sure get a lot more information. So thank you so much for everything you do, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie. Mayor, I want to ask for your indulgence for one moment. This is just a little off agenda, but with the heat starting, we have a kind of a mild spring this year, but it's coming. I want to let everybody know that our fine firefighters produce an effort that says never leave children in parked vehicles. And I have a bunch of bumper stickers up here. So any of you, when we break in just a few minutes, if you'd like to grab one of these bumper stickers, just to remind yourselves, never leave children in parked vehicles. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, folks. The next item, Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to recognize a group that's working to improve the health of the community. Councilwoman.
We hit seasons where we seem to be sneezing a lot or have the runny noses, and we say, well, it's our allergies. Now, it seems that each year we're getting more allergies, and it seems that we don't know exactly what's causing these allergies. And one of the things that I wanted to emphasize today was a very important group that's helping us with clean air. And we have someone here today, Angel DeFazio. Would you please come up, please? Yes. And I'd like to say that, even my husband was only allergic to cats. All of a sudden, he made me get rid of my cats. And I had to. We had a little debate. Was it the cats? Was it not? And then, unfortunately, an MD overrode my saying it was not the cats. So, but he's sneezing a lot lately, too. There's more happening, and he's sneezing a lot in buildings and in homes. Now, according to the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, we're exposed to these risks every day. These EPA studies of human exposure to air pollutants indicate that indoor, and this is what was surprising to me, indoor air levels of many pollutants may be more than 2 to 5 times as great as those outdoor, and sometimes even 100 times higher than outdoor levels. These levels of indoor air pollutants are of particular concern because it is estimated that most people spend as much as 90% of their time indoors. So we look at this and we say, what can we do? There's a lot you can do to help with indoor air pollution. And today we're going to recognize a group that works very hard on that. So Angel, if you come here. I want to give to you a proclamation from the city of Las Vegas. And we are going to take a day this month, May 26th, where we're going to urge our staff and our workers here within the city to wear non-scented underarm deodorant, soap, and things along that line, and not to wear perfume. Just see if maybe a day without it makes a difference in any way. So we and the members of I and the members of the City Council are pleased to participate in May's National Toxic Encephalopathy and Chemical Injury Awareness Month. And the city will be holding their introductory Indoor Air Quality Awareness Day on the 26th of this month in May 2010. And the day will focus on creating less toxic and healthier indoor environments. And Las Vegas will be leading the country by being the first city to try and go toxin-free for a day and give us perhaps some information and results that will help us. And of course, not just for those who have allergies, but those who have asthma, this is extremely important. And we're going to do this in conjunction with the National Toxic Encephalopathy Foundation, a Nevada-based environmental health advocacy group. And I want to have Angel tell us a little bit about that.
Mayor, Councilman, I am so proud for the first time to be a Southern Nevada Vegan. You have no idea. We are now leading the country on indoor air quality for the first time. This is a national campaign, but with all the proclamations that have been given out by governors, city mayors, nobody has gone this far as to request that a city go fragrance chemical-free for one day. Right now, in Clark County, we have over 6,000 people who are adversely affected by chemicals. You don't see them because they can't go out. Or else you'll see them and they've got a gas mask on. It's not you, it's the chemicals that you are wearing thinking that they are safe. Right now, there are over 45 million Americans who are chemically injured, who are out of work, and have had their lives destroyed by pesticides, cleaning products, and having brain damage. I'm one of them. I lost 36 points on my IQ from trying to become a doctor from formaldehyde. So I know personally how bad this is. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. We really thank you.
And so, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council proudly proclaim May 26, 2010 as Indoor Air Quality Awareness Day. And then we perhaps will give you some good information from that, Angel. Thank you very much.
Good. First ones, leading the league again. That's a great thing. Before we go on to our next item, I'd like to recognize a guest here today, Thalia Dondero. We always have important people come to us, and when I praised Bob Stodwell earlier for being a great community partner, the same words are reflected with Thalia. Thalia is just unbelievably helpful to the city of Las Vegas, always coming up with great ideas, always supportive, never says no to anything. Her mind is sharp as a tack. Are we allowed to talk about your age, or is that a violation? How old are we today? 89 years old. She could be a showgirl. I could personally attest to that. There is no question about that. She has all the qualities of a showgirl. And she is remarkable because when she comes to meetings, she writes everything down. Her mind is like a trap, and it's just a pleasure. One of the privileges that I've had as the mayor is working very closely with you on so many projects, and I want to thank you for it. Okay, and she has a couple things for the Mob Museum. That's good. That's a very good thing. Okay, that's great. Now, our final item, Councilman Anthony is going to recognize a diverse group of citizens. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. It is my honor today to recognize the Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, which is the month of May. May is the Asian Pacific American Heritage Month and celebrates Asians and Pacific Islanders from throughout the United States. Like most commemorative months, Asian Pacific Heritage Month originated in a congressional bill in June of 1977. On October 5, 1978, President Jimmy Carter signed a joint resolution designating the annual celebration, and 12 years later, President George H.W. Bush signed an extension making the week-long celebration into a month-long celebration. In 1992, the official designation of May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month was signed into law. The month of May was chosen to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese to the United States on May 7, 1843, and to mark the anniversary of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad on May 10, 1869. The majority of the workers who laid the tracks were Chinese immigrants. So I thought, who should we recognize? Who should the city of Las Vegas recognize for Asian Pacific Heritage Month? And the first organization that came to mind is a very important organization that began in 1986, and that's the Asian Chamber of Commerce. And the Asian Chamber of Commerce, I know the leaders there very well. I attend their monthly luncheons. They are a great group of individuals that spend a lot of time helping and promoting small businesses. And that's what this is about today, especially in these economic times, is to have an organization like the Asian Chamber of Commerce that is out there helping small businesses succeed, getting businesses to network with each other, helping to create jobs in this environment. And anybody can be a member. You don't have to be Asian American to join. Anybody can be a member. Anybody can attend their events. And I'm just proud to honor this organization today. And I'd like to just talk about a couple of things they do besides just promoting businesses. They support and they organize the Bill Endow Scholarship Dinner, which they just had last week, and you cannot believe some of the kids that they bring up and give scholarships to. These are just amazing kids with, they don't have 4.0 grade point averages. They have like 6.8 grade point averages, if you can actually do that. But these are the future scientists and engineers, and they're just great kids. And to talk about their backgrounds, talk about their parents who immigrated here or they immigrated here, and the Asian Chamber of Commerce supports them through scholarships. They have the Chinese New Year's Gala where they honor the Business Person of the Year, the Educator of the Year, the Community Person of the Year, the Corporation of the Year, as well as quite a few other awards. Like I mentioned, they have a monthly luncheon. It's the third Thursday of every month at the fourth Thursday of every month. The fourth Thursday of every month at the Gold Coast. Is that the Palace Station? I really screwed that up. I should have just let you guys handle that. The fourth Thursday of every month at the Palace Station. Anybody's welcome. It's a lot of fun. They do actually make a lot of fun, and you can network with quite a few organizations. During this campaign season, you're going to find a lot of people running for office attending there, so you can meet some of those folks. And they also have a resource page at their Asian Chamber of Commerce website where they talk about career opportunities and how to network and how to help businesses succeed. So with that, I'd like to bring up some of the leaders of the Asian Chamber of Commerce. I know they're not all here. I'm going to mention their name. If you are here, please come up so we can recognize you. Chairman Robert Young. I don't think he's here. Vida Lin, the president. Vida, why don't you come on up? We have two vice presidents, Ken Liu and Dr. Terry Wong. I don't believe they're here. Nope. We have several board members here. Arthur De Hoya. Arthur's not here. Lisa Drake. Lisa, come on up, Lisa. Judy Cow. Carolyn Layugon. Nope. Judy Nazareth. Roy Suzuki. Jeannie Williamson. James Yu. James, I know, is not here. Our immediate past president, Stan Seidel. Stan, why don't you come on up? The executive director, Yui Win. Yui, why don't you come on up? Executive director. And with that, I would like to issue a proclamation from the City of Las Vegas making today Asian Chamber of Commerce Day. Vida, I'd like to give that to you. There you go. Would you like to say something?
Sure. Thank you very much. We're very proud to help the Asian community. We're a very fast-growing group in Las Vegas now. Thank you.
Thank you. I also just want to recognize one individual who's I consider a good friend of mine. And Ms. Saito, if you could come on up here and stand with your husband. Come on up. Stan is the immediate past president of the Asian Chamber of Commerce, and I love going to the monthly luncheons when he's introducing folks and speaking because he's just a fun guy. And I just wanted to tell you a little bit about him. He's quite a stalwart in this community. He was formerly employed with CenturyLink for 26 years and held the title of Public Relations Specialist in the External Affairs Department. He's received 2 International Association of Business Communicators Golden Quill Awards for his public relations work, and twice received the company's Vice President Distinguished Service Award and the company's Co-Worker of the Year Award. In 1997, Stan received the Humanitarian Award for Help Them Walk Again Foundation. In 2001, he received the Public Relations Society of America Award for Excellence, and in 2002, he received their Tri-State Pinnacle Award. In 2006, he graduated the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce Leadership Program. Stan participates in the United Way campaign as a key worker and volunteers as a team captain for the Christmas in April. He also serves on the Board of Trustees for the Hispanic Museum of Nevada and is a member of the Clark County Community Advisory Board. Stan has served as president of the Asian Chamber of Commerce from 2006 to 2009. And under his leadership, they moved into a new building, their organization grew, and they did a lot to promote business in Las Vegas. And he's currently serving as a membership chair of the Asian Chamber of Commerce and a ranking member in the Chamber's Political Action Committee. So it's an honor to be a friend of yours, Stan, and I just wanted to give you personally a certificate of recognition signed by the mayor and the entire city council.
Oh, thank you so much. It's just truly an honor and a pleasure to be here today and to be recognized, and especially to have my lovely wife up here with me, because without her, none of this could be possible. And Councilman Anthony, don't feel bad. I don't know where the luncheons are every month. It's because we have a great staff, directors, and our current president and our executive director, Yui Wen. They keep me on my toes and keep me in place. So I appreciate the recognition. It's truly an honor. Thank you very much.
One other thing, we did have some wonderful dancers out in the courtyard for a while, and they're called Project Chris. And this gentleman, you're from San Francisco? Right, why don't you come on up here and just tell everybody just quickly what Project Chris is. These are UNLV dancers that showed up today.
Hi, my name is Chris Albiger. I come from San Francisco. I've been training for 8 years, and I've been teaching for 6 years at a dance school in Daly City, California. And I moved here from San Francisco to go to UNLV, and then I was asked to do certain performances, and I said, okay, sure. And I just asked a bunch of dancers from different groups in Las Vegas, and they were willing to give me their time to make certain projects that I've been doing.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Great having you here. Great having everybody here. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll tell you this. I went to your last meeting a week late, wrong hotel too, okay? I'm not going to go any further. All right, before we start our regular agenda, I'd like to introduce the student government from Paul Cully Elementary School, and they're going to join us today. As I understand it, there's a spokesperson who may want to come up and address us. Okay, this young lady looks like she's the boss. Okay, what's your name?
My name is McKenna Roundy.
This is McKenna Roundy, and she has a couple of remarks for us. McKenna?
Good morning. My name is McKenna Roundy, and I am the president of the Paul Cully Empowerment School Student Council. It is greatly appreciated that we have been invited here today, and I would like to present this as a token of our gratitude.
That's great.
And we would also like to invite you to come to our school anytime you would like. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I think I'd like to leave with you in about 10 minutes. What do you say? Okay, is Ellen Doherty here? Yes. Would you like to come up and tell us a little bit about the Student Council here? Thank you. Ms. Doherty is our advisor.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
It's great seeing you.
As was stated, my name's Ellen Doherty. I have the privilege of being the advisor to the Student Council at probably one of the best schools in Las Vegas. It's Cully Empowerment School, an excellent school. I'd like to thank Mr. Radke, who very graciously organized this trip, and gentlemen and lady, I guess we'd say, for having us. We encourage student leadership at our school, and we've come to just be part of your meeting for today. Thank you very much for having us.
I'll be out to visit you.
Oh, great.
Okay.
We'd love to have you.
Thank you. The young lady up on her invitation.
Excellent. Anytime you wish.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
The ceremony will last 5 hours. Oh, I am. No items that are going to be stricken. Yeah, I'll do it. This guy's a real character with the hat on. He's taking over 601 East Street. He's a good guy. He's from Hollywood, but he lives here now. He got married to the woman with the real dark hair. Okay? All right. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. We'll call item number 10. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Council members, do we have any items today we'd like to bring forward and act upon at this time? Guess not, Your Honor, so I can give it back to you.
Thank you. Item number 11 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the City Council meeting of April 21st, 2010. May I have a motion, please, to approve the minutes?
Yes, Your Honor, no addition or deletion. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Adelman, did you have something you wanted to bring to our attention?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Actually, item number 34, we'd like to bring that forward.
Okay. That's on the consent agenda?
Yes, sir.
We'll be able to do that for you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other items? Does anybody wish to bring any other items forward? All right. Then what we'll do is items 12 through 39, with the exception of item 34, is on the consent agenda. It's considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Any other items? Hearing none, then, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor, make a motion we approve items 12 through 39 with all conditions, except item number 34, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carried. Thank you. Item 34 is approval of Bonneville-Clark Connector Agreement and Right of Entry Agreement between the City of Las Vegas and FC Vegas 39 LLC, FC Vegas 20 LLC, and Live Work LLC in support of the Bonneville-Clark Connector Project in Ward 3. Ms. Edelman.
Thank you. Sherry Edelman, Deputy Director of Public Works. On item 34, the wrong backup was inadvertently attached, so we are just exchanging the old backup that was with that item and replacing it with this current backup, which is the agreement for Bonneville-Clark.
All right, very good. Any questions of Ms. Edelman regarding that? Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow staff recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please.
With the changes as given.
Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got item 40. This is a report from staff regarding nuisance abatement lien process and vacant abandoned building enforcement. As those who follow the work of this council, they're very much aware of the issues that I can attest to for the past 11 years involving houses and properties that are in state of disrepair, which we have to send in folks to board them up and spend taxpayer dollars in order to accomplish this. And even at the end of the day, many of these projects, although boarded up and no longer a nuisance or a dangerous attraction, they do remain a blight in our community. And as a result of that, we've asked our city attorney to see what, if anything, that office could do to alleviate the community from this problem. And Dan Still is the deputy attorney who's been working on it. I'm in his face every single meeting telling him, Dan, you got to do something, you got to do something. And I think perhaps today he's going to tell us why we are proceeding as we have been. Dan?
That's correct, Your Honor. For the record, Dan Still from the City Attorney's Office. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I am here to address you regarding the abatement lien and vacant building process that you've asked about. I know it's a frustrating process.
Is the mic on?
It's lit.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Good.
I'll try to make this as brief as possible. There's a number of things that we need to talk about just so that the council is fully aware of all of the processes. I'll truncate it. If there are questions, I'm happy to take any that you might have. As the council is aware, after you approve a lien, it's recorded with the recorder's office at the county. After that, in June of each year, if the lien is not paid, the city grabs all of the liens that it has that have not been paid. They are then provided to the county treasurer, who then places them on the next tax roll, county tax roll. Those liens then become equivalent of a tax lien. When we provide those to the county, we provide a 4% administrative fee to the county for the processing. This year, we're working much more closely with the treasurer. I've met with them. Staff have met with them. We've had a lot of cooperation going back and forth, trying to work out the processes to make sure that we're tracking this stuff appropriately. Anyway, after the item is recorded against the property and it becomes a tax lien, the property owner has a year to pay it. If they don't pay it within the year, the recorder's office records a tax certificate. The tax certificate then sits on the property as part of the tax lien or tax process for 2 years. The property owner has an opportunity to redeem that certificate for up to 2 years. If they don't redeem it, the treasurer then files a trustee deed. To get from the point of filing the lien to the point of the trust deed is about 3 to 4 year process.
Let me interrupt you 1 second, please. This is a PowerPoint, is it not?
Yes.
Okay, we haven't gone to the first page. We just have the title. The first page is what Mr. Still just discussed. Okay.
Okay.
Basically, that's where we are.
Right, we're at the trust deed recording by the county treasurer, which is about 3 to 4 years into the process. At that point, the property becomes eligible for sale. The county has a process that takes approximately 9 months to get it prepared for the sale. There's one trustee's tax sale every year in about May or June. The property's sold, we get our money, we give a lien release, it's done. If we don't, the item remains on the tax roll, the lien remains until we're paid. And so that's one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of these properties come before you on these requests for waiver or reduction, is this process whereby you impose these gigantic liens, the property's upside down, the property owner can't pay it, no purchaser is going to come in and pay some gigantic amount. So they come before you and ask for waivers or reductions in the amount of the lien. Anyway, we can move on to this notice to buyers. The council's also familiar, I know you're familiar with all of this stuff, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. The bottom line is, we discovered about 4 to 6 months ago that the title companies have been typically ignoring the city's notice in order that we record early. And I know the council has concern when people come up before you and say, I didn't know anything about this lien. I didn't know there were any problems with the city on this property. The intent of the notice in order was to provide third parties and potential purchasers with that notice. The problem is the title companies have typically ignored that. So what we're proposing to do, as the slide indicates, is record a notice of potential lien against the property along with the notice and order. And what that does is it creates a trigger for the title companies to contact the city because it's recorded in a different category, that notice of potential lien, then it's in a different category than the notice and order is recorded under. At that point, we expect to see more title companies contacting the city to get payoff amounts. Once we get that call, we can put not only the title company but the purchaser or potential purchaser that has the property in escrow on notice of the problem. So, obviously, purchasers of property have an obligation to do due diligence. And most of the cases, I'd say 99% of the cases that have come before you and people have come up here and complained that they didn't know anything about a particular lien, is just not factually correct. I mean, our investigation reveals it's just not factually correct. So that's how we're proposing to fix that problem. The other thing that we're going to do...
Excuse me, how do we accomplish that? Do we have to enact any kind of legislation in order to give you the authority to do that, or are you able to record a potential lien and notice without such authority?
That's a good question, Your Honor. We've been discussing that in our office, and originally I was thinking that we might actually record a lien after looking at state law and the ordinance. I think we have the authority to record a notice of a potential lien, but not an actual lien amount without substantially changing probably state law and then our ordinance to create a process whereby we could do that.
Okay, because that would certainly alleviate many of the issues and problems that we have when these folks come up and talk to us. This seems to be a good solution.
I know it's a broken record for the council to hear these things over and over and over again, and you're all becoming experts at this, having dealt with so many of them over the last few years. The last thing that I'd like to talk to you about are the vacant abandoned buildings. And I know that particularly, Mayor, has caused you concern. I've done a lot of research to try to determine with staff where these properties are, if they exist, what we've done, if we have done something, what we've done, and if we've done nothing, why we haven't done it. And I can tell you that as of my discussion on Friday with staff, there aren't any properties that they are aware of in the city that the city has notice of right now that are not either under some kind of abatement demolition order, either on the west side or the east side, or that aren't in the process of coming down. Now, there may be properties out there that we aren't aware of, but we as a city don't do proactive enforcement. We wait for complaints. And as this slide indicates, there's been 47 vacant abandoned buildings demolished since 2007. This 2010 number changed just the other day. It went up to 10. There was another building demolished this last weekend. There's another one in the queue to happen within the next couple of weeks. So what I've been able to really determine, trying to dig in and find these mysterious properties, is that they really don't exist. It's like an urban legend. Staff do a great job when these properties are identified to them in providing the proper notice. Obviously, we can't be tearing down properties in violation of the law, in violation of our own code, without, we need to provide them notice and order. If we don't provide them the notice and give them the opportunity for a hearing, then we've got due process problems. If we do that and they forego pursuing a hearing before you, then staff proceeds accordingly to do either repair or demolish the properties.
Question, Mayor?
Yes,
Mr. Bill, who's paying for the demolition of these buildings?
That's a good question, Councilman. We looked into that, and I actually have the statistics here. The bottom line is, I think it's almost 50-50. Lisa, is that correct?
Could you,
okay. So 60-40, is that a fair apportionment? So about 60% city, 40% owners paying for demolition of
So the
property.
taxpayers of this city are paying for 60% of the demolition of these vacant buildings.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And then we file the liens and use the process. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, she wants me.
Please identify
Vicki
yourself for the
Ozuna,
record.
Code Enforcement. Actually, it's reversed. It's about 40% city having to do the abatements, and 60% owners are actually complying and taking care of it.
And Mayor, if I can, I ask that question because why? Why should the taxpayer carry this burden, especially in these economic times?
Well, Councilman, that's the two-edged sword that we face. We get a lot of complaints, and I know that you all as council members get complaints from constituents complaining about a vacant building. It's causing problems. It's, broken down. There's vagrants, there's graffiti, there's drug activity, there's prostitutions going on in these things. So we try to do something. But before we take action, we do everything in our power to try to get the property owner to do it. If they don't, we have no other option but to either demolish the property or leave it as is and create the nuisance for the neighborhood.
Well, Mayor, with your permission, we're demolishing it and we're liening it, so they can't sell it till the lien's satisfied. But as I've stated in a previous meeting, the banks just come in here and beg for mercy, and we get nothing. And I see what you're presenting to us today as much better protection for the taxpayer dollars, for the city's dollars, and I think that's significant that you've done this, so I appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of our goals, is to identify what issues were really going on out there and then trying to fix them. But as I dug into it, our process that we have in place right now is actually very effective, very effective. So the final slide is that the city does purchase some of these properties as they become financially viable or they financially make sense. And Lisa Morris can speak to that if you have any questions on it. The city's also working with cooperating banks. We've had very few cooperating banks, but the problem is chasing the paper. These notes are sold and sold and sold in this process, especially in this economy. And I'm telling you, Lisa Morris spends hours on one case trying to trace the paper to find out who the actual paper holder is so that they can deal with it. We're starting to build relationships with some of the banks. I'm not trying to make an excuse for the banks, but the banks are overwhelmed. They're overwhelmed with all these foreclosed properties. So, and as you may or may not have read in the paper last week, this isn't going anywhere soon. These foreclosures actually in the state of Nevada are going up. So, our office will continue to work with Devin Smith and his staff to address these things appropriately as they come up for repair or demolition. Obviously, we're trying to save the city as much money as we possibly can on the one hand, but on the other hand, make the neighborhoods livable.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zoll. I appreciate your efforts here. It's a real problem for us. The comment that you made that really interests me is the phantom homes, because I drive around, I see a lot of homes that are boarded up, and I don't know whether they're the ones that should be demolished or whether they're in that twilight zone. But it's hard for me to accept, and I don't challenge you because you're working with statistics. It's hard for me to accept that there are only 47 of those in our community.
I'm not saying that, Your Honor. But what we could do is, if you see a property and have a question about it, I'm sure if you contacted staff, Devin Smith and his folks, they could identify the exact details concerning that property.
Fine. So what I'll do, I'm not going to be the eyes and ears alone, but for anybody who's watching us, if they see a property that they believe would qualify as a nuisance or a dangerous property, attractive nuisance, please contact Devin Smith. He's in the Neighborhood Services Office, and have him check it out and see whether or not the city could get involved with rectifying that problem. Anybody else have any questions or comments on Mr. Stowe? All right, well, thank you very much for the report. I don't believe we need a motion, but it was long overdue, and I appreciate it. Mr. Farlow, I have a gift for you, sir. If Madam Clerk, if you would be kind enough to hand this to Mr. Farlow. Mr. Farlow is one of those good citizens who comes to us. He is the eyes and ears, and that's a copy of the PowerPoint at the suggestion of the Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, item 41 is discussion and possible action regarding a real estate lease agreement between 601 Fremont LLC and the City of Las Vegas for the property located at 601 Fremont Street within the Fremont East Entertainment District, APN 139-34-611-018, and this is in Ward 5, and this item is related to item number 43. And 43 is I think we could take them together. What do you say, Mr. Arndt?
Yes, Your Honor.
43 is R25-2010. This is a discussion and possible action regarding a resolution finding that the proposed real estate lease agreement between the City of Las Vegas and 601 Fremont LLC for property located at 601 Fremont is for the purpose of economic development and is in the best interest of the public, and of course that's in Ward 5. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Office of Business Development. This item before you today has been a long work in progress, but we think we have a great partner for a great project, and I'd like to walk you through the process on how we got to this point and also point out some of the key business terms that protect the city's interests, ensure that this project is built, and ensure the project's long-term success. The project is for a property that the city purchased a while back located at 601 Fremont Street. It's a property that is approximately 1.24 acres. A third of the property is occupied by an existing commercial building. The remaining two-thirds of the property is currently surface parking. In the summer of 2008, our office initiated a request for proposal process in which this proposed tenant responded. They were the second-ranked respondent. The first-ranked respondent had dropped out at their request, and so we proceeded to have negotiations with 601 Fremont LLC. What we've negotiated is a 30-year term lease with one 15-year extension. There's also a purchase option. The reason for the long-term lease is that we have a developer and an operator that's willing to make a significant upfront capital investment, and they need to be able to recoup that capital investment over the long term. We've negotiated a rent starting at the beginning of the 7th year at an annual rent payment of $233,000 per year. And then also there's abatement of rent during the first 6 years, and that's mainly intended to give the developer and the tenant a chance to put in that significant capital investment. There's a security deposit required of the developer and the tenant of $116,500 required at concept approval, and then an additional $116,500 90 days thereafter. This concept plan is due 90 days after the effective date of the lease. The tenant will be responsible for all taxes and all SID payments. As you are aware, there is actually a special improvement district to which this property contributes due to the Fremont East streetscape and the improvements that the district put in to benefit the district as a whole. The tenant's required to have retail, restaurant, and nightclub on the ground floor of the existing building. The remaining floors may be redesigned for mixed use. There's also a purchase option, which is a specified price of approximately $4.6 million. This is going to allow the developer to do a latter phase. As you know, this is in the heart of not only our entertainment district, but near the downtown gaming corridor, as well as the existing hospitality and hotel properties, and the developer envisions doing a non-gaming hotel in a latter phase of the development. Some of the important points to make is that as a city, this is really a no-risk agreement. We're not taking any of the risk, as some landlords might in a negotiated retail lease, for actually having the landlord contribute to the tenant improvement costs. So as a landlord and, as you know, as a cash-strapped landlord, we're not trying to incur any upfront costs. So that explains the structure of that lease abatement. It is a performance-based lease. I'd point to the rider number 1, which is part of the lease on pages 38, 39 of the lease, that after concept approval, the tenant has to come to us to show that they have proof of construction financing. We do have a term sheet from a preferred lender for the developer, and we've received that. But even after into the term of the lease, the developer and the tenant have to come to us to show proof of construction funds to show that they can finish the improvements. They also have 9 months from the effective date of the lease to actually finish those improvements. So we really believe that we have a performance-based lease to ensure the long-term success I'd also note it's interesting to note that in these economic times that I really have to commend my staff. Shawnee Coleman of my staff negotiated this lease on behalf of our office with our direction. We actually had better terms today than we did with the previous developer that was seeking to reuse the property for the same use, for a nightclub on the ground floor as well as a back-end purchase option. So the rent in particular, the $233,000 per year, is actually higher rent than what was negotiated previously. So I'd like to commend Ms. Coleman in these economic times for negotiating a real good package for the city. With that, I'd like to turn it over to our development partner and introduce them. With us today is Mr. Carlos Adley, as well as Mr. Terry Caudle. I'd be glad to answer any questions, but I'd first like to introduce them and invite them to say a few remarks about their proposed concept and why they're looking to take on this long-term relationship with the city for this property.
Fellas, how do you feel being told that you're paying more rent than somebody who negotiated a deal before you?
Well, feeling like a sucker at the moment.
Okay.
No.
It's all subjective.
My name is Terry Caudle, I think many of you know, and my address 7042 Terra Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. And with me is Carlos Adley, as has been introduced, and his wife Ava is in the audience. And they are the creative minds and the creative genius behind this, and going to bring the Hollywood vibe to downtown Las Vegas. As you know, I've been a fan of downtown Las Vegas. I've been committed down here for a long time. Some people say committed is the right word, but I'm very dedicated to downtown, and we see this as an opportunity to take what has been an empty, closed building that's been closed for several years and do something with it and get a good vibe going there. My role, I'm just the feet on the boots on the ground at this end to kind of help things go smoothly. They are the real creative geniuses that are going to bring the excitement to downtown Las Vegas.
And folks should know that Mr. Caudle is the owner of the Four Queens Hotel as well as Binion's. So he goes into this project with his eyes wide open and would not be doing it unless he believed that it would be successful in the East Fremont Street Entertainment District. And
absolutely, even at this rent.
Right, even if this rent is correct. And with him is Big Daddy. Big Daddy is from Hollywood.
Hollywood and Las Vegas.
Thank you. I was going to say
native of both.
From Hollywood, and now his presence is being felt in Las Vegas. He has the Blue Margarita.
Velvet Margarita, among other many ventures.
Right.
One of my locations.
Okay, and I'll tell you this, when you hear him speak, he's full of energy, full of excitement, and I think he's going to be a lightning rod in our downtown.
I once again, thank you, council members, for having us today. I'm not going to take much of your time, but we're just very excited about what we're doing. This is myself, my wife, the people that we're bringing to the table. We consider ourselves the pioneers of historical renovation, making old classics new kings, and that's what's happening downtown. For example, my wife was one of the first people to open up a nightclub on the Chicago River 20 years ago. Now you can't buy property on the Chicago River. We did the same thing in downtown Los Angeles in the Cahuenga Corridor, which is now the entertainment district of Hollywood. So this is what we do. We're excited about coming downtown and bringing some magic, making an old classic a new king. And with that said, we're ready to go now. We were ready to go a year ago. We want to get this thing going. So we're excited. We're excited, and as time goes on, we need a certain period right now that we're going through with due diligence. We want to make sure we have a comfort level on both ends and we can move forward. And at the appropriate time, we'll make announcements in regards to what the concept will be. Right now, we're pretty solid about it, but because of non-disclosure situations and competition clauses that we're bringing in some of the top nightclub owners in Los Angeles, Las Vegas, and the New York area, along with promoters from Las Vegas as well, too, to bring the concepts for downtown. But that will all be in a grand release within the next couple months.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions, understanding the strictures here of either Mr. Arendt or the two gentlemen?
Mr. Goodman?
Yes, Councilor.
Big Daddy, the Originals Tommy's Hamburgers is located at?
The Rampart in Beverly.
Thank you. He's a believable guy. All the time as a kid, used to wait in that line.
Absolutely.
I won't tell you about walking out with the sodas because they weren't real.
The second location was in Hollywood on Cahuenga and Hollywood Boulevard, where as a young teenager I used to work at, now on the block across the street.
I don't want to be insulting, but I think it must have eaten most of the profits.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. The Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, the Mayor.
Okay. Anything else? Yes, Councilman Anthony.
Just one other comment. I don't know if you know the history of that building, but 20 years ago when I was just a young cop, I used to work in the recruiting division. So there was a lot of police officers that worked in that building. It was kind of an ugly cubicles, offices. So I'm looking forward to see what you're going to turn it into. So,
absolutely.
Thanks.
I've actually had my fingerprints taken there many times. So.
Mayor, if you're going to make comments like that, I used to buy my underwear at that Sears and Roebuck store there many, many years ago.
Well, maybe we could work some kind of amenity concept where we have a men's haberdashery that can accommodate your underwear preferences.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? All right, may I have a motion, please? Councilor Barlow?
Mayor, thank you so very much. You all are really comical down there. I don't know what goes on down there. Maybe the mayor slips him a drink every now and then. But from what I had an opportunity to speak with Big Daddy about, as far as the excitement and the entertainment that's coming into the downtown area at 601, this most definitely will be a venue for Councilman Stravos to continue to party, because I know he used to party back in the cubicles when he was an officer, so now he can come and party in a booth. So make sure that he gets lined up, and I don't want to talk about the lingerie that may be coming through there for Councilman Reese, but I also had an opportunity to go on a tour with Big Daddy a few weeks ago over at Binion's. And Mayor, I know this is slightly off of the topic of discussion, but if you don't mind, I would like for either one of the gentlemen to talk about what's taking place as far as the renovation at Binion's, as well as far as the entire concept of what you're looking to bring into Binion's and basically roll over into the 601 project as far as a complete package for the downtown community and the excitement that you all are bringing, because what you showed me over at Binion's is most definitely attractive.
Yeah, once again, it's a vested interest in downtown and bringing what we do, the magic, if you will, to downtown in partnership with one of the greatest men I know. The RMD is responsible for a lot of things, and we have a lot of projects going on with Terry, but one of the main projects that we're dealing with right now is a complete renovation and remodeling of Binion's Casino, which will make the old classic a new king and bringing Vegas back to Vegas. A lot of our demographic and clientele with our friends and celebrity acquaintances, they don't want to go to the Strip. The reality is they want to come and be part of a personal experience, something that has been long lost on the mega resorts uptown. And that's all good and well, but what we're doing is bringing back that intimate experience that's been so long lost with some of the top designers in the country, some of the top restaurateurs, some of the top nightclubs, some of the top bars. But it's more of a place that you can come and stay, as opposed to coming downtown and looking at it and then maybe going back and staying somewhere else. We're going to give people a reason to stay by bringing some of the top amenities, like I said, in the country. And the fun thing is, it's a lot of our friends. The mayor is privy to. As time goes on, this will be all disclosed, because there's a lot of confidentiality things that we're dealing with right now that have very large people and celebrity clientele and so forth that will be involved. But absolutely, it's extremely exciting, and we would invite any of you to come down and do walkthroughs and see what's happening right now with the projects that we're doing with TLC and RMD, and along with what's happening right now as we speak at Binion's.
Okay. And Mr. Arndt, in relation to the future concept with the possibility of whether it be a tavern or a supper club, how will that play into the overall span, looking out into the future, as far as what obstacles, if any, would exist?
Sure. This agreement really is for the real estate. So essentially there's performance within this first year right after signing the lease, 90 days for concept approval, another 90 days for financing approval, and then after that, 180 days on top of that for getting it the construction approval. So within that year, there's a lot of work that they're going to be doing. On top of that, they'll still have to go through the city's regulatory process. For the entertainment use, we have the Tavern Limited license, and you as a council have review and approval authority for that as a privileged license. You also have the ability to review, if they chose to do a restaurant or supper club, you'd have a review and approval of that as well. So the regulatory approvals for you as a council are still there. This is really the real estate approval to structure the deal so that it's performance-based within this first year. Mr. Adley and Mr. Caudle have to really put their money where their mouth is and put a significant amount of capital into this building to get it up and running for this use. This building was noted by your colleagues, was not designed for a restaurant originally. It wasn't designed for a nightclub. It was originally a retail department store. So there's a lot of money that has to be invested. We're shifting that investment to the private side where the risk should be. And then they really see the value long-term in the building for these uses, and we think they're going to be a good partner.
And within the lease agreement, I see we have the lease structured for 30 years. Can you speak to us in regards to why 30 years versus something less?
Sure. The building, in order for the developer to recoup its investment for that upfront capital cost, typically you'll see retail leases probably for a shorter term, probably 10 to 15 years.
Correct.
But because of the amount of money that the developer needs to put into the building for this use, and again, we get to review and approve that financing and the construction plans, but quite frankly, they're proposing to put a lot more money into the building than our private partner. So that might explain their willingness to pay slightly higher rent as well. And I think Mr. Adley and Mr. Caudle could speak to maybe the level of commitment and the investment that they need to put into this building to make it work.
Mr. Caudle, Ms. Adley, any comments in regards to that as far as the upfront costs that you all looking to do?
We've been ready for the last year. We're ready to go now. That's where we're at. Ready to do what it takes. Like I said, the concepts that we're bringing in, it's more so, it's a big picture thing. It's a longevity. And that's actually, we spoke about not so much even a nightclub scenario, but bringing in restaurant culture, retail, connecting the entertainment literally to the Fremont experience. So it's a one big happy family. But we're obviously our record speaks for itself. We've been ready. We're proactive. We're ready to make this happen.
Okay. Councilman, I could add, with your indulgence, some of those costs, long-term, the age of the facility, there's a lot of repair that's going to be needed going into that. If you're looking at the long-term picture, the HVAC system, mechanical systems, electrical systems, to keep that building in use long-term, there's a lot of capital investment that will need to be made. So not only the upfront investment to get that ground floor open, but the ongoing capital investment. That's not something as a city that we typically make on a building of this age. And then it'll really be up to Mr. Adley, Mr. Caudle to decide during the term of this lease how long can they keep that operation going in that building versus maybe looking to do a redevelopment to do a completely new facility. And that's something that the prior developer grappled with as well, is trying to capture the immediate gain of getting a nightclub open. That's why we did the Fremont East District. That's what we're trying to support in the district. But then figuring out on the investment side what makes sense. Do you keep investing money in a building that requires, quite frankly, a lot of upkeep, and maybe at some point it's cheaper to actually build a new building on the site?
Okay. Mr. Adley, Mr. Caudle, I do want to say that I am pleased to work with you both to bring such an exciting venue to our downtown. Specifically, as Mr. Arndt mentioned, in an economy such as this, not too many individuals are looking to invest capital back into the economy as of yet, and you all have stepped up to the plate and you're looking to do that. And so for that, I embrace it. I look forward to working with you to do what we can to make sure that it is a success, specifically in the downtown, with all of the other exciting projects that are yet to come. So with that, you have a partner with the City of Las Vegas, a shared partnership as far as anything that we can do to assist you to be successful. We ask that you do your part, and we'll hold up our end of the bargain and do our part as well. So with that, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please.
Thank you.
Opposed?
While we're waiting for the vote, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is you're going to bring back some of that old ambience of Binion's.
Absolutely.
And those steak and egg breakfasts that all the college students love to come out and get, because it was fantastic and they all loved it.
Absolutely.
It's very exciting for us.
Just playing on the cachet that was there. Once again,
right,
keeping the essence of what Binion's was,
right,
sinking a lot of money into it, and everything top notch.
I just wanted to say I was so pleased. I'm very pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Okay,
We have a lot of confidence in downtown. Thank you.
Okay, and we need a motion on 43 as well, Councilman.
Yes, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Okay,
And
let's
good luck
vote.
to you all.
Thanks. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Both motions carry. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Nice having you. 42 is discussion and possible action regarding an extension of a temporary package license for change of business name, change of location, and change of ownership from Vons to House of Vino, doing business as House of Vino at 8053 North Durango Drive, Suite 160. This is in Ward 6. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, today this is being considered for an extension of the temporary license for up to a 6-month period. The Department of Business Services issued a administrative temporary license on February 26, 2010. The type of venue that they have is pretty much a hybrid. They have a package license with a convenience store, and those are very rare here in the city of Las Vegas. I believe during the special use permit process, there were conditions that were put on this venue with limited hours of operation, as well as the amount of alcohol, limited space for display and sale. Those conditions will also be made part of the recommendation following the discussion. And during this last 3-month period, there have been challenges at this location, challenges pertaining to the amount of floor space for display of alcohol. We've met with the applicants a couple of times, and we believe we have resolved some of those display issues, but I'll be willing to make a recommendation after if the council wishes to hear from them.
Very good. Gentlemen, please identify yourselves.
Matt Riccadella, House of Vino, 8053 North Durango. Jeremiah Boucher, House of Vino, 8053 North Durango.
Okay, be happy to hear from you.
Yeah, we met with Jim and his staff, and he made some recommendations. In the beginning, we were just opening up our store and getting our inventory, and they really helped us to set up the inventory according to the limitations that we had, and we believe that we've done that to this point, along with fulfilling the promises to the residents in the area by bringing in a full deli. And we have 2 tables where people come and sit down and eat, and we believe it's become a real nice neighborhood market for everyone in that community, and we're very proud of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions of Mr. DiFiore or the gentleman? Mr. DiFiore, do you have a recommendation?
Yes, I'm going to read the recommendation for the record that during this next 6-month temporary period, the hours of operation for the business would be 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 5 a.m. to 12 midnight Friday through Saturday. That the floor space would be limited to no more than 8.5% for alcohol display and sales. And the last condition would be that if there are any violations of these conditions or any business licensing codes during the temporary license period, that the manager of business services or the designee shall have the authority to suspend the license pending a full hearing before the city council at the next available city council meeting. Now, I would like to say that there is a gaming piece, I believe, coming forward at a later date, as well as another review here in the 6-month period.
Gentlemen, are those terms agreeable to you?
Just is this the same term as the first time? The same
This
terms?
is the same terms as the special use permit that was approved by the city council.
Yeah, we just want to clarify the 8.5% is based on a square footage, like we spoke about.
I believe it is. Now,
Okay.
It would follow the same discussion and the same approval of that 8.5% as the special use permit, again approved by the city council.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Okay, Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I need to tell the mayor and council, these 2 young men are the entrepreneurial spirits that I wish more people would have, because they're really trying to make this work. How are the people in the neighborhood responding to what you've got set up so far?
Oh, they're real happy to see it. A lot of the neighbors that didn't have a place to go for sandwiches or convenience products are really pleased that we're that close, and We haven't really had any complaints yet. Everybody's been asking us for a deli, and we've put that in, and we're just doing the best we can to stay in business and want to make everybody happy. So.
I understand the deli's up and running.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to stop by Friday.
Great.
Come see you guys.
Yeah.
All right. And Mr. DeFiore, thank you very much for helping these guys out. And use him as a resource if you have any questions, because that's what he's there to help you guys. So I want you to be successful. I think the neighborhood wants you to be successful. There was some opposition to your store going there. Remember when that came around?
Yes.
But I think you guys have really done it, and you're going to make it happen. So, Your Honor, with that, I'm going to move to follow Mr. DeFiore's recommendations for their extension of 6 months on your license, and we'll see you back. Okay?
Thank you.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck, fellas.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 44 is R37-2010. It's going to be a public hearing and possible action regarding a resolution authorizing installment purchase agreements in an amount not to exceed $10,848,700 for the purpose of financing energy conservation and renewable energy projects, and authorizing the officers of the city to execute documents related thereto and forward materials to the Department of Taxation. And this applies to all wards. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. The Mayor Pro Tem would like to know, where is the money coming from?
The money is coming from the sale of in installment purchase agreements, and with that, it will be paid for with the energy savings that we're going to be generating from the projects.
All right. Be happy to hear from you folks.
This is the Vanetta Appleyard, Financial Services Manager with the Department of Finance and Business Services. This is the second step of a 6-step process whereby we are arranging for financing of renewable and conservation energy projects for the City of Las Vegas. The first step, you authorize staff to seek approval from the Clark County Department of the Clark County Debt Management Commission, which we received on May 7th. With this second step, you will authorize staff to pursue arranging the financing, which will be brought back to you for your approval.
Virgo?
Nothing more to add. We discussed this item at the last meeting, and we will, before we go to issue the bonds, we will bring you a very comprehensive list of the projects that we will pursue with those bonds and the amount of energy savings that we can expect in order to pay off those bonds. So you'll have the opportunity at that time to see exactly what we'll be spending the money on and how that will pay for the bonds.
All right, just as an aside, today they're having a ribbon cutting would be the best way to describe it, for a new gold LEED certified project in our downtown at 302 East Carson, and former President Bill Clinton will be there, and it's a big deal because I've seen the renderings, and I used to practice law in that building 40 years ago, 43 years ago, and it looks better today than it did back then. So it's pretty remarkable, and it's all very energy conserving. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
I move to follow staff's recommendation to approve this item. Your Honor, with all conditions, please.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 45 is discussion and possible action on the third amended and restated bylaws of the Las Vegas Neighborhood Partners Fund Board. Mr. Harston here? He was to make a presentation. Is anybody here on behalf of Neighborhood Services to make the presentation? Ms. Couch?
Good morning, Maria Castillo Couch with Neighborhood Services. We're just modifying the bylaws just to clarify who can serve on the board, and it can be a non-resident, non-city resident. So, on Article, I believe it's Article 3 is where we made the changes. Our recommendation is just to approve it. So.
All right. Are there any questions of Ms. Couch? All right. Hearing none, Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't want to put her on the spot, Your Honor, but why are we making this change? Is allowing non-residents to serve on this board?
It has been on the board. That's been the language before. All we did was define who could be. So it could be anyone who lives in the ward or who has a business in the ward or who's actively involved in the community. So we really didn't change it.
Okay.
It just said, before it just said it could be a non-resident.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to follow the recommendation, Your Honor. for
All
approval.
right, let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 46 is discussion and possible action on the appointment and reappointment of members to the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board for fiscal year 2011. There's been a recommendation that the following appointments take place. Mayor's designee Cheryl Russo, Ward 1 staff designee Adriana Martinez, Neighborhood Representative Renee Rampton, Ward 2 staff designee Crystal Klinger, Ward 2 Neighborhood Representative Charles Desiderio. I might just say that Mr. Desiderio is presently hospitalized and apparently doing a lot better from every indication that I've heard. And the only request is he's had so many requests for visitation that they said, hold it up for a while, let him get better, and then he'll have as many visitors as he needs. Ward 3 staff designee is Susan Martinez. Ward 3 neighborhood representative is Mike Brown Castero. Ward 4 staff designee Anthony Ruggiero. Ward 4 neighborhood representative Tony Guerrero. Ward 5 staff designee Idolina Iturraldi. Ward 5 neighborhood representative A.J. Powell. Ward 6 staff designee Michelle Thaxton. Ward 6 neighborhood representative Jerry Green. If there aren't any amendments or changes, then may I have a motion approving those folks?
So moved, Your Honor.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 47 is Bill Number 2010-17, Levies Assessment for Special Improvement District Number 1485, Alta Drive, Rancho Drive to approximately 275 feet west of Lacey Lane. And Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2010-17, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 1485, Alta Drive, Landscape Maintenance, FY 2011, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of maintaining street beautification improvements, assessing the cost of maintenance against the accessible lots and tracts and parcels of land benefited by said maintenance, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow, do you have a motion, please?
Yes, my motion at this time would be for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post?
Go ahead and put me down for yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 48 is Bill Number 2010-18, Levies Assessment for Special Improvement District Number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District from Las Vegas Boulevard to A Street. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have it read?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2010-18, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District, Las Vegas Boulevard to 6th Street, providing for the payment of the cost of expenses of a commercial area revitalization project, assessing the cost of the project against the accessible lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
Thank you. Councilman, do you have a motion, please?
Motion for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post, please.
Talk to me after this. I want to show you something. But motion for approval.
Motion carries. Thank you. 49 is Bill Number 2010-19. This corrects an error in the mandatory spay-neuter ordinance to set the required age for spay-neuter procedures at 4 months rather than 6. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have it read?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2010-19, an ordinance to correct an error in the mandatory spay-neuter ordinance to set the required age for spay-neuter procedures at 4 months rather than 6, and provide other related matters. I would like to state for the record, Your Honor, that this bill is on as a corrective measure. We did not plan that public comment would be taken. This is just to make the original bill, which has some typos in it, conform with the council's original vote.
I'll say no public comment.
That's your call, but we did not anticipate it.
All right, ma'am, there's no public comment on this particular one. This was just a clerical correction. All right, Councilman, do you have a motion, please?
Motion for approval.
Can I read this, though?
Pardon me?
May I read this?
Regarding this
Yes.
item 49?
Yes.
How long is it?
Just a few words.
Okay,
actually.
go ahead, read it.
Okay. Anyway, I went to the several vet clinics.
You have to give us your name, please.
Okay, June Ingram, Charleston Neighborhood Preservation.
Okay.
I went to several animal clinics and talked to vets there, and they said that these dogs should not be spayed or neutered until they're 6 months old. To do this, they have to go through the belly to get the testicles out. And the testicles drop when they're 6 months old, and it's less traumatic for the dogs and cheaper for the people. So this should not be done until animals are 6 months old.
All right, thank you for making the record.
And I talked to several vets. One, I have a paper. Each of you have a copy of that, I'm sure, from the Bauer Animal Clinic. And I talked to several, and they said that I only got a letter from this one, but the others had said the same thing. But says I can tell you they shouldn't be have the surgery until they're 6 months old. But my head office is out of town, or I can't write anything down for you. But this guy was local, and he could, and he did. And he said these animals should not be operated on until they're 6 months old.
Thank you. Did you
move for approval?
All right, let's vote, please. Post.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I perhaps June,
Motion carries.
I just wanted to tell you that this, as far as the months, you came to my office and we discussed this, and in fact, I voted against the neutering at 4 months. I, at that time, brought up extensively the information for vets that I had talked to, but the majority of the board and the majority of the people who were present at that time felt 4 months was okay, and so it's already voted in. This is not voting in 4 months. It's just correcting something that wasn't done, written properly. The vote was taken before. We're not voting on the neutering months now.
So what's it going to be then?
Well, it's going to stay what was approved in a previous meeting, and that is they will do it 4 months. It was approved 4 months.
Can I add some clarification here? Just for your benefit and anybody listening at home in regards to this. In the ordinance, it allows for the veterinarian to have discretion on whether the animal can be spayed, neutered, or not, starting at 4 months. If a veterinarian says, nope, this animal does not need to get spayed or neutered until they're 6 months or 8 months, that veterinarian has the authority to do that per the code, per the ordinance. And that's significant because we wanted to make that happen. The 4 month was put in there because of kittens. Kittens can repopulate at that early age, but it also, we needed to have that leeway in the bill to allow the veterinarian to make that decision. It's not an automatic. It's the veterinarian's decision to make that.
So if you don't want to have the dog neutered at 4 months, you can have your vet write a letter, and it can wait until 6 months.
And that's the 2 trips to the vet, 2 expenses to the vet.
Well, that's the way it was voted upon previously, yeah. You're right.
Okay.
But anyway, they have to go through the belly to
Right.
remove the testicles if they're not 6 months old.
Okay.
I think lots of vets would do the note for you and not even charge if you have a close relationship.
All right.
No such thing, no charge.
Okay. May I go on to the next matter?
Yes.
It always happens with the councilwoman. I don't know why. I love the councilwoman. She does a great job. Nothing's personal, councilwoman, okay?
I know.
All right. Items 50 and 51, which are bills 2010-20 and 2010-21, are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we're going to move on to the new bills. New bills, items 52, Bill 2010-22 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, June 1st, 2010, here in council chambers. Did you get that, everybody? This is a little different than what we ordinarily do. We're not sending this to Councilman Barlow and Councilman Anthony. We're going to consider this as a recommending committee of the whole, and it's suggested that we have our meeting on June 1st, which is a Tuesday, at 9 o'clock, as I understand it, 9 a.m., here in the council chambers, and the council and the mayor will consider this at that time. Is that correct, Mr. Jervik?
That is correct, and I would also note for the public that it's anticipated by staff that will be the only public comment time. Will be at that recommending committee. That's why we're having the committee of a whole. So if anybody's interested in this bill, that's the time to speak. Once those comments are taken and it comes before council, it's anticipated there won't be any more public comment. That will be the only time to do it.
All right, very good. Would you please read
Mayor?
the bill?
Mayor, before we read it into the record,
Yes.
if someone can just provide a level of clarification as to why we're doing it this way.
Apparently, it was explained to me, Councilman, that apparently this is I won't say controversial as much as a kind of bill that people want to be heard on. It concerns group homes, and there's strong feelings of pro and con, and the restrictions applicable there too. And they felt that at the recommending committee there would be a large crowd, and that they didn't want to burden you basically twice by hearing at a council meeting as well as recommending. So it was suggested we do it at recommending, but as a committee of the entire council.
And so it'll be final action at recommending?
That's correct.
No, I'm sorry. There'll be unfortunately, you can't pass it at recommending. You can just recommend a do pass, but when it comes to council, because you've all already heard it as a whole, there wouldn't be a need for more testimony at the council meeting.
So, in essence, to eliminate the discussion at the council meeting when it comes before
That's
us.
correct. Our feeling was that you're going to have discussion before the whole body anyway. Might as well do it at recommending rather than just have two people hear it and then have the whole body hear it again. It avoids repetition.
So if, in fact, residents come before city council on that date, they won't have an opportunity to speak on the item if, in fact, they were unable to make the recommending meeting the day prior.
Correct.
That's the recommendation. If people want to speak, June 1st would be the date.
If you feel strongly, Councilman, I'll assign it to you and Councilman Barlow. I have no problem with
Councilman Stavros Anthony.
No, I said I'd be happy to assign it to the two of you for review if you want to do it in the regular manner, and then we'll just consider it at the council meeting.
Well, my only thought, Mayor, is being that this is a very hot topic in the sense of pros and cons. I would just caution the council in regards to having no deliberation before the council because of those individuals who, in essence, may or may not have an opportunity to make it on that Tuesday, and then no discussion on the following Wednesday.
All right. Well,
so just a thought on my part.
All right, Ms. Fretwell.
In the past, when you've had issues that are going to have tremendous attendance, and if there's a sense that the entire council wants to hear the pros and cons from the citizens who are impacted by the legislation, in the past, you've skipped recommending and just brought it to the committee of the whole as the city council.
That's right.
And then you're not hearing the same information twice, just two of you. All seven of you get to hear everybody's thoughts on it. It may make for a longer city council meeting, but then everybody gets to hear it. But you don't have to go through that twice and have people feel they have to come out twice either.
Fine. Then what I'll do, hearing that, I'm going to change the recommendation, and I'm going to suggest that we have a committee of the whole hear it at the regular council meeting during the June 2nd meeting, and June 2nd. I'm going to make the recommending committee as a whole, and the council will then be able to.
I think we can collapse the two into one. We don't even need to have the recommending committee.
Fine.
You can just send it to the council meeting. I think the clerk is asking me, do we need to fast track this? And I think because of the nature of the bill, the 15th will be fine. June 15th will be.
All right, then this will be set for the 15th, so the public will be able to hear it at that time.
16th, I'm sorry.
The 16th, everybody will be able to be heard at that time on this. There will be no problem, and is that in accord with your wishes?
I think that would be better, Mayor.
That's fine with me. That's it then. From now on, please don't ask me to do anything.
Okay, before y'all rule on it, when you make a statement like this, Oscar, I got to say, it said no
public comment. I mean, that's dangerous territory.
No, we're going to have public comment.
Well, then, I know you're going to do it now. But in the future, let's don't do this, okay? Because I'm an advocate and I can speak up on behalf of the public. Let's don't go there. Thank you. Get it done and put it on the docket. Thank you.
Okay, would you read the bill, please? Thanks a lot, Brad.
No problem. Mercifully, there's only one new bill today, and my apologies to the council as a whole. Bill number 2010-22, an ordinance to update the city's zoning and licensing regulations that apply to community residences commonly referred to as group homes and similar uses and to other related matters.
That's it?
So just for clarification now, for recommending, is there not a recommending meeting, meaning that this was the only item for recommending?
That's right.
So there won't be a recommending meeting. This will be moved directly to the June 16th City Council meeting.
That's correct. And if you have nothing to do, you could go to the Asian Chamber luncheon.
If I can find the hotel.
Okay. Item number 53 is our next item is to go into closed session to discuss labor negotiations. May I have a motion, please, to go into closed session?
How come? I thought I'd throw that in on. I move to go into closed session, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. And the council meeting is in recess until 1 p.m. 1 p.m.
Let me go get my, let me get a Diet Coke. Let me get a Diet Coke. I'll be right here.
supposed to know when they plan to start. Are we going to be on it like process? When did they finish the morning? This is all good. I'm here on that Spanish Ocean for Howard Mann. Is there anything I should know? Hi, how's it going?
Good to see you.
They're trying. What's that? Where's your hat? Oh, you moved.
How are you?
I thought they put a nameplate. I thought they put a reserved nameplate on
How are you?
Well, how come you don't come to the planning commissions?
I can't. I'm after next one, I want to come to something bigger.
Why? Oh, well, hell, I'll go with you. I'm going to go with you.
But I'm trying to get my wife to get
How are you?
Why?
How are you?
I don't think cow pasture pool. Well, yeah. Yeah. Of course, I just see these people out there running. Yeah. Yeah. I have some friends that live in Carmel. I just don't understand it. I do not understand it. Well, no. Yeah, I got a license. But the thing with fishing, the fee, that's just something to go visit, you know, and it's an excuse. Right, it's an excuse to get I'll give you yours early. I'll give the rest of the plan.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
talking about the internet? We are talking about it. Is it easy to find it? Oh, it is. I don't know anything about it, but it can be done. Will these people know?
Was your interview any good? Was your interview any good? About his contributions to the community? I didn't know anything other than the Olympic Village. Is that it? Privilege?
The overachiever.
Yeah. No harm in trying to be nice. Okay, we're all set? All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session of the City Council. We'll call item number 54. Any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 63 is a special use permit, 37625 applicant, Czech City owner, Construction Group, Inc., 5861 West Craig Road. This is in Ward 6, and Councilman Ross would like that to be held in advance until our June 2nd, 2010 meeting. At this time, are there any other items we need to bring forward?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Item number 84 is going to be obeyed today. I requested that, and I discussed it with the applicants. It's because we had a group of individuals who passed out some information that wasn't quite accurate to neighbors, and it's caused a lot of confusion there, so I'm asking for 2 weeks abeyance.
Okay, item 84 is a special use permit, 37576. It's a public hearing. Applicant is Cash America Super Pawn owner, Fremont West LLC. Request for a special use permit for a pawn shop with waivers to allow a 154-foot distance separation from a residentially zoned property and a 250-foot distance separation from a financial institution. And you'd like that to be held in advance until our June 2nd, 2010 meeting. Are there any other items?
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road. We had sent in a letter to hold items 73, 74, 75, and 76 until your July 21st, 2010 meeting, and my office is representing the applicant on those matters.
That was 73.
It was items 73, 74, 75, and 76. Those are all related, and we'd like that held till July 21st, 2010.
And, Your Honor, my notes reflect that, but I don't see them officially that way.
July what time?
July 21st.
That's what my notes reflect.
Okay. I have a copy of the letter if you'd like it for that.
Okay, item number 73 is a GPA 37599, general plan amendment, Ovation Development owner Jimmy Lee. It's a request to amend a portion of the Centennial Hills sector plan of the general plan from OC general commercial to, or GC general commercial to SC service commercial on 1.77 acres located on the south side of Lone Mountain Road, approximately 158 feet east of Rainbow Boulevard. It's in Ward 6. And 74 is a rezoning, and 75 is a special use permit for a senior citizen apartment use with the waivers to allow apartments on the ground floor where none are permitted. And 76 is the site development review for these items. They would like to have that held in advance until our July 21st, 2010 meeting. Are there any other items?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I have an item on one of the Walgreens. I'm trying to look up the number now. I just got a letter from the school district about the situation of being the Walgreens being close to a school, and I'd like to obey that for 2 weeks if I could.
Well, we'll obey that when we come to it then.
Oh, okay, then that's fine.
Are there any other items? Seeing none, Your Honor, make a motion we bring these items forward, take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please.
Where's Beverly when you need her? Today will be fine.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 55 is a public hearing and possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance regarding dangerous building located at 5112 Overland Avenue in the amount of $15,841 and assess a maximum $72,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is trustee Clark County Treasurer, care of Fremont Swim Club, Inc., and this is in Ward 1. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. Department of Neighborhood Services.
Is this beautiful? Here we go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken or an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired American Demolition to demolish all structures and walls, remove all material, demolish, pool, and fill it in, install temporary fencing and no trespassing signage, and in compliance with Clark County health regulations. Bid was included at asbestos removal hired by Cam Air for the asbestos survey. To date, there have been 6 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value of the property based on Zillow.com is not available. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $12,500 invoice for American Demolition Services and a $425 invoice for Cam Air, in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $15,841.75, and consider assessing a maximum of $72,550 in daily civil penalties.
All right, are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Is the property owner here or representative of the property owner?
And your Mayor, if I may, just for the record.
Yes.
What this was is this was an association at one time, and they had a community pool, and the association is no longer intact. So basically, from everything we can find, because the association is no longer intact, this truly is a piece of just no ownership on the property. We've talked to the people that at one time were the president and vice president of that association, and there is actually no ownership on this property.
Well, somebody has to own it. Mr. Still, this is...
Well, the only thing I can tell you, Your Honor, is looking at it is obviously the Clark County Treasurer has taken it over, as we discussed this morning, when the taxes aren't paid over and the redemption period has run. The treasurer files the deed in their name. So it was owned by somebody. I don't know. I haven't seen the paper trail, so I don't know who. I assume there was an HOA, but the bottom line is now there is a property owner that's the trustee of Clark County holding it in trust to recover taxes on the property.
All right. Would any public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard?
I'm going to make it real Smith, Mr. Mayor. This is real Donnybrook, but it's true. What happened is, like you said, the county and I got it, and it's probably going to be sold for taxes, whatever, that kind of stuff. What I'm trying to say now, I hope they settle for enough for y'all to get your money. Some properties fall in such bad disarray that even the title company don't want nothing to do with it, and you can't blame them. Now, as you said, this piece of property, don't nobody own it, whatever, and all that kind of stuff. But what I'm trying to say is sometimes you're going to lose your money. That's all I'm going to say. Now, when the county says, well, put it up for auction, if it's not enough to cover you and the county, once they get it for tax evasion, that's it. You can kiss your part goodbye. Sorry about that.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. And I'd just like to thank you and Mr. Mayor and the council and the staff for getting this resolved. Thank you very much.
All right, well, I appreciate that. Mr. Still, in light of your presentation this morning, what can we anticipate as the next step here? Assuming that there's a motion and it passes, assessing a certain amount of money against the property.
It'll turn into a lien that will be recorded against the property. Ultimately, I don't know that it'll make it to the tax roll by June of next year. It may, depending on if we can get it processed quickly enough, but there will be a lien securing the city's interest in the property to recover our money. Ultimately, it could, if it gets placed on the tax roll, then it's going to end up just like this. If the person doesn't pay it, it's going to go to a tax sale. So we're just at the beginning stage of that process, whereas it looks like the county, I assume on behalf of the treasurer's office for county taxes that haven't been paid, that they're already holding the property.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Goodman, may I ask a quick question? Dan, the 4% that we pay, is that 4% annually, or is that a one-time fee?
That's a one-time payment, Councilman, when it's submitted to the treasurer's office initially.
And it's 4% of what?
4% of the amount that we submit to them. And we're going to be coming back to you for some policy guidance on whether we submit civil penalties that aren't always recouped, which would be 4% of some very large numbers that the council's been imposing against property owners. But that's kind of another discussion. But just in the back of your mind, that'll be coming back before for council policy guidance.
The good news is, though, that now, based upon your good work, at least we know that we pay that 4% up front on the total of both the cost recovery amounts as well as the penalties. So maybe we'll think twice about certain things in the future.
Absolutely correct. I've been working with Dr. Morris on that, and we're going to go meet with the treasurer's office again, give you some policy options, and then get some guidance from you on how to proceed on those probably in the next couple of months.
In Your Honor, if I may, we may consider not assessing the daily civil penalties, just to the fact that if it does go to tax sale, it might be easier for somebody to come in and purchase that property without the civil penalties unless you want it to come back before you for the reduction.
That's your recommendation. Very good. All right, anybody else want to be heard before I close the public hearing? All right, seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
In 2005, when I was first elected, the people in this area came to us and offered to give this to the city. It would be free. They thought maybe we could take it over. And the reason why they came back was because it had been an HOA association and people had moved. There was nobody there to keep that up. They couldn't keep the swimming pool area up. So that's how we got to where we are today. I would move that we put down the amount that we want for we have expended by our city, and that we have no civil penalties, because I don't think this was the fault of anybody. I just think nobody knew what to do with it after the HOA abandoned itself.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on it, please.
Forgive me for that.
We can still vote. Let's vote. Post.
Oh, sorry. I know.
It's not working. All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Item 56 is a public hearing and possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance of vacant lot located across from 1305 Belcastro Street in the amount of $3,532 and assess a maximum of $43,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Trustee Clark County, care of Nackley Samer, care of Nashirfi Adnan, and this is in Ward 1, which is now declared open.
Again, Mayor and Council, the purpose and background is the condition hazard directive that services to property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Blast Janitorial Services to remove all trash and debris and repair damaged chain link fence. To date, there have been 10 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on Zillow.com is not available. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $400 invoice for Blast Janitorial Services in addition to other fees for a total of $3,532 and consider assessing a maximum of $43,050 in daily civil penalties.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Are the owners of the property here or representatives of the owner? All right, seeing none, it's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard.
Real swift. Vacant lot, right? Vacant lot, beautiful. Okay. Now, I know that man back there is your buddy, Oscar, and that's wonderful. And he even talked about, taking care of watering the trees. Sometimes we got to get real. If you got a vacant lot, and ain't no house on it, and they turn off the water, who's going to water the tree? I love trees. I want to save the tree, but sometimes the tree get caught in the situation like everything else. You know what I'm saying? Say the tree if it's possible, but let's be real. Who's going to water the tree if there ain't no water nearby? Are we being real here? Thanks.
All right.
When I say do the best you can, get your money from the county.
Anybody like to water the tree? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
And your recommendation on civil penalties?
On this particular one, it's just lack of ownership on the property and them stepping up to do what they were supposed to do.
And
I would recommend placing the civil penalties on the property.
Because this parcel wouldn't be as difficult to sell through the county auction, would it?
And just for the record, the only reason I made the other recommendation on the other property was because of the time that they have been trying to work with us to give us the property. There was nobody there to go after on the other one because of the defunct homeowners association, where I think this is a much different situation.
So I move that we follow your recommendation for full payment of the amounts we have expended and for civil penalties also.
All right, let's vote, please. Post? Yes. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Items 57 and 58 are on the consent agenda and are considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion to approve items 57 and 58, please?
So moved, Your Honor, with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 59 through 65, with the exception of 63, may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Does anybody want any items removed other than 63 from the one motion, one vote? All right, then I'll read the others into the record. Number 59 is SUP 37617. The applicant is Rapid Cash. The owner is Resort Holdings 1 LLC. Request for a special use permit to add a jewelry store Class 3 use to an existing 2,409 square foot financial institution specified at 7460 West Cheyenne Avenue in Suite number 110. That's in Ward 4. Number 60 is SUP 37618. The applicant is Czech City. The owner is Fremont West LLC. Request for a special use permit to add a jewelry store Class 3 use to an existing 2,000 square foot auto title loan establishment at 6378 West Lake Mead Boulevard in Ward 5. 61 is SUP 37621. The applicant is Rapid Cash. The owner is Nellis Owens 48 LLC. Request for a special use permit to add a jewelry store Class 3 use to an existing 2,366 square foot auto title loan establishment at 5067 East Owens Avenue in Ward 3. 62 is SUP 37624. The applicant is Czech City. The owner Freenel and Sons Cheyenne LLC. Request for a special use permit to add a jewelry store Class 3 use within an existing 2,400 square foot auto title loan establishment at 7350 West Cheyenne Avenue in Suite number 112 in Ward 4. Number 64 is SUP 37626. The applicant is Czech City. The owner is Alico Enterprises, Inc. Request for a special use permit to add a jewelry store Class 3 use within an existing 2,008 square foot auto title loan establishment at 631 North Nellis Boulevard in Ward 3. And 65 is VAC 37574. The applicant owner is BCI Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Los Angeles. Petition to vacate a 20-foot wide public drainage easement at 230 North Mojave Road in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for all these items. All the items are public hearings which are now declared open. Does anyone want to speak to any of these items?
Now that you read it and the public have the knowledge of it, go ahead and pass them. But at least you read it. That's what I want. If you have a public item, you should really read it. I know a lot of times you say, well, we're going to put them all together in one motion. Well, at least read them all. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else like to be heard? All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And may I have a motion, please, to approve items 59 through 65 with the exception of 63?
Yes, Your Honor, make a motion to approve those items with all conditions, please.
Thanks. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 66 is RQR 37530, the required review of public hearing. The applicant owner is Mario Pinapina. The required review of a previously approved special use permit for an auto repair garage minor with service bay doors facing the right-of-way at 1550 North Rancho Drive in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Mr. Garcia.
Mayor, members of the City Council, George Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive, Suite 110. Pleasure to be before you. Since the last council meeting, we had our follow-up meeting with Councilman Barlow's office, and we agreed to the conditions suggested by staff, and happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Any questions of Mr. Garcia? Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Garcia, for working with my staff and I in regards to this site. Specifically, being that this site is going to, or has been transferred into a new use as far as the tire shop is concerned. Are there any outstanding line items or conditions that the property owner or the property has not met to date?
The tire enclosure is basically built. That is yet to the final third-party inspector. Completion with the city needs to occur. But I spoke to the contractor this morning. He said that he's going to bring the paperwork to the third-party inspector, and that should be done. So that's basically all but complete. And then at that point, we can move the tires that are currently stored in the back into that facility. That will hopefully complete that condition. The hours of operation, I know we had discussion about because the hot dog cart has been violating the hours of operation that apply to the entire property, not just to the tire business. So
Right.
we believe those are going to be corrected, and we will pursue hopefully an opportunity to come back and amend those conditions and have that discussion with your office.
Okay, and I look forward to that. And talk to me in regards to the signage as well as the landscaping.
When I was out there, as far as I know, the landscaping was completed, and I've got photos. I don't know that there's anything recent or new, but the landscaping
You
was...
have the photos with you?
Yes.
Okay. Place them before the camera, please.
Go to the before. These are the before ones. I'll put those out first. And then currently, we have that basically at the different locations as well. So you can see that there was no landscaping previously except a little back in this one corner. Since then, the landscaping, stonework and landscaping have been installed in all of the areas where landscaping was potentially available. So at the main corner, at the corners of the property, and then there's some area right along the bus stop, you can see here where that landscaping has been installed as well.
Okay. And as far as the signage, I know I had an opportunity to speak this afternoon with Mr. Pena. There's actually two poles, two sign poles there. Margot, I'm not sure if you can jump in and provide any level of understanding as far as why there's two poles there.
Councilman, Mayor and Councilman, the poles were previously permitted. The illegal signage that was there has been removed. There is no requirement specifically to require that those poles come down unless the council wishes to do so. Require that.
Because what I'm trying to do, I really want to work with the property owner in regards to making sure that he has the appropriate and adequate signage so that he'll be able to display his business to the customers as they commute north and south on Rancho, as well as east and west on what is that, Vegas? East and west on Vegas. And so I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time that I can address the signage as far as the removal, so that we can clean up those poles and provide the pole necessary in order for them to advertise appropriately.
Again, Mayor and Councilman, The requirement was and is to remove the illegal signage, and as I say, those poles were previously permitted, so there is right now no code requirement to have them removed. Obviously, when the applicant comes in with new signage, then we will take a look at that and process that pursuant to code.
Okay, then I can live with that. Okay, is there anything else, Mr. Garcia, you would like to share at this time?
No, other than to say we appreciate all the effort with your office and the time it's taken, but we think hopefully you find that this is a much improved property from where we started.
Yes, it most definitely is a much improved property from where we began, and I look forward to continuing to work with Mr. Pena and his brother in relation to bringing them not only the necessary signage in order to promote their business, but also we had an opportunity to talk about a future site as well further down the street. But I look forward to following up with you and your clients in that respect. But as it relates to this item, I'm happy as to where we are. The sooner we can remove the tires from the east side of the building, the better for me, being that I don't want to create a hazardous situation for the residents that are adjacent to this parcel. So at this point, I'm in a positive position to move forward, recommending approval to the council for this item, subject to all stated conditions.
All right, before we take a vote, it's a public hearing. Does anyone want to be heard?
Yeah, I really do. Mr. Barlow, I mean, I love you and all that kind of stuff. But this piece of property keep bouncing back and forth to you like a ball, whatever. It's either the tires or the lunch wagon or whatever. So whoever owns this property, tell them to get it clean, get it together, because you want the businesses to stay. But at the same time, this item shouldn't keep bouncing back and forth to you. I mean, whatever it is, straighten it out. So this poor fellow, he's been out so much, I think we can each other. Whatever. I'm not being funny. This is a fact. Get it straightened out, Mr. Barlow, please.
Okay.
Sir, you do your job. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and that's what we're here to do, and I appreciate your comments as well, and we got it together, so I appreciate it. Thank you for your recommendation. At this time, Mayor, I'd like to move to...
I just want to find out whether anybody else has any recommendations. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Yes, sir, I think you have your motion, right?
Yes, according to the gentleman's recommendation, we'll get it together, so that's my motion.
That's
Let's
the
get it
motion to
together.
get it together. Let's vote on that. Opposed? Motion unanimously carries. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thank you.
Okay, good luck to you guys. Thank you.
Okay, 67 is SUP 37068. Special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is Lovett Companies. The owner is Spanish Villas at Sahara LLC. Appeal from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a supper club within an existing 17,425 square foot building at 3190 West Sahara Avenue. The Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval. Note, the staff received a letter from Howard Mann, Spanish Villas at Sahara LLC, indicating that Lovett Companies is no longer the applicant. Spanish Villas at Sahara LLC will be both the applicant and the owner. The Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, and members of the Council. Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, here for the applicant and Howard Mann, who is the owner and operator of the applicant. Mr. Mann is in the audience if you have questions appropriate for his consideration. I think many of you have met with him over the years that he has been redeveloping this property. And if we could go to the overhead projector, it would probably help remind you of the property. This is at the corner of Spanish Oaks and Sahara. Mr. Mann has spent some $4 million over the last few years upgrading the property generally, particularly with regard to the office complex here. The item before you today would involve establishing a supper club in the building on the corner, the one-time Port Tack building. So that's the history here. It's a continuing project. Mr. Mann has salvaged the property and improved it, we believe, in every way. We're hopeful that the supper club can be approved and established that will eliminate a vacant property there that can be an eyesore, although Mr. Mann has security on the property to do his best in that respect. But we've been working steadily to bring this project to a conclusion over the years. This is, if not the final step, a major step. We appreciate the staff's favorable recommendation. The staff, I believe, has amended some of their conditions, and that's probably a good segue for why the Planning Commission did not approve the matter. As you read in the agenda, the prior applicant, Mr. Lovett, is no longer associated with the property. Mr. Mann has substituted himself as applicant, and I have more to say about a new operator on the property. But the heart of the issue at the Planning Commission, as I understand it, and I was not there, is that the prior applicant had an operational program and a reluctance to agree to conditions that the Planning Commission thought were necessary on the site, and therefore was denied. As I said, Mr. Lovett's no longer associated with the project. Mr. Mann has a new applicant, or a new, shall we say, operator, since Mr. Mann is himself willing to be the applicant. That new operator is the Potential Group, which operates boutique restaurants in the Southwest and in some other locations. But, for example, the Park Hollywood boutique restaurant in Hollywood, Los Angeles, they're opening Park Central, another similar facility in Arizona, hopefully this month, but in any event in the next few months. So they're an operator of boutique restaurants that feel that this site will work for them, and they're willing to go in, and we have acquainted them with the conditions that the prior applicant apparently did not find acceptable, and we have indicated to Ms. Wheeler that we accept those amended conditions. We would hope that you're favorably inclined to get this derelict property up and operating, and a credit to the community, along with the office buildings that have already been greatly improved. We did meet with the homeowners of Spanish Oaks repeatedly. At the last meeting, we were not able to give them all the information I've given you here because we didn't have a definitive understanding with the new operator. But notwithstanding that, we met with something like 50 of the homeowners at Spanish Oaks. Mr. Mann presented the facts as he proposes to develop the property with the supper club, and he asked them how many approved versus disapproved of his intentions. And somewhat to my surprise, having been to many of these meetings, it was unanimous that they want it there. They want the property developed with the supper club. They don't want it to stay vacant. They like the fact he's going to upgrade the landscaping, upgrade the exterior. So we had a unanimous consent, at least of the 50 homeowners who chose to attend the meeting. And as I said, we worked with staff consistently to come up with conditions that are appropriate to the site. We agree to those conditions and would hope that you would approve them accordingly.
Mr. Burgell, what happens to the pig?
He goes away.
How soon?
As soon as, well, assuming that this project is approved, as soon as we can complete the paperwork, get him in there and put his sign up.
Because I'll tell you, if I lived in that very beautiful residential area and I had to pass that pig every night going home, I drink more than I drink.
Mr. Mann has tried 3 times to get someone in there who would not choose to have a pig as an emblem.
It's the worst looking hog I've ever seen in my life.
Try.
You're the master of euphemisms by skipping right over the pig and saying that it used to be the Port Tack building.
Yes, I realize that. I was hoping you had forgotten.
Okay, I just want to.
But it did used to be the Port Tack building.
I know, but the pig's been there a long time. All right. Any other questions or silly comments? Okay. Public hearing, yes, sir.
Make it real swift. I know that we need all the things we can nowadays for businesses and whatever, right? So I hope whatever it is, and you get it cleaned up enough so the businesses can move forward for the better good of the community and for everybody. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Counsel. My name is Teddy Russell V, a resident of Las Vegas. Trying hard not to take umbrage because I was born in 1947, the year of the golden pig. However, I do support and recommend approval. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to give us their birth dates? Okay, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman Tarkanian, please take care of the pig for me.
We have been trying very hard, Mr. Mayor, as you know. That pig is absolutely obnoxious. He's absolutely right. You've worked very hard on this. It sounds like a very exciting project. We had some concerns that I voiced to you early on, And I've talked with Margot about the conditions and everything, and she's spoken to you about the conditions. And with those conditions, which we will have read into the record, I think we can go on a very exciting project. I just want to request, however, that Mr. Barlow have to recluse himself because he used to attend a lot of functions over there, had great parties, and that might affect him. I gotta do that.
That would explain why we previously had some concern from the neighbors about rowdiness there.
Yes, could be. But Margot, would you please read into the record the conditions?
Yes, Mayor and Councilwoman, the proposed conditions to be added are that security personnel shall be on duty in the parking lot during private banquets, conformance to the site, floor, elevation, and landscape plans, date stamped May 7th, 2010, that the hours for the banquet's private parties shall only be between the hours of 8 a.m. and 2 a.m., that the exterior signage shall contain no flashing lights or LED reader board, that the handicap parking shall be located nearest the front door, that any expansion to the building footprint which entails additional seating or assembly area shall require approval of the site development plan review at a public hearing of the Planning Commission, that there shall be an administrative review 6 months after the issuance of the business license for the alcohol use, and that exterior lighting shall be operational during all hours of darkness.
And what were the hours you said for the operation itself? I heard you say for the banquet.
The hours for, right, there is no limitation on the hours for the building itself, that would be allowed to be 24/7 or whatever
I
is
think
set.
that when we spoke, my intention was that it would be 6 in the morning until 2 the next morning.
If that's how you want to change that, then that would be that hours.
6 a.m. to 2 a.m., right?
Okay, then that would be hours for the business shall only be between 6 a.m. and 2 a.m.
And at the time we have the 6-month review, if we have no problems, my concern in that area is that we did have a rape of an elderly woman. We've had some knife fights and things like that, and I know that you will be very good and secure, but if we just have that until the 6 months, then we can consider making it 24/7.
If I may, just to be clear, the applicant would be required to file a review of condition and go through the public hearing process in order to change any of these conditions.
Yeah. Councilman
Yes.
Tarkanian, if I could join the conversation. It was our belief and understanding with Ms. Wheeler that the hours of operation could be set by you in the licensing phase when you see this new operator. And I say that because we do not believe will require 24-hour operation, but I'm not sure we can limit him to 2 in the morning. So our belief and understanding was you could approve it today, limiting the events till 2 p.m., or 2 a.m., I'm sorry. And when you see the liquor license and the gaming license for the operator, that you could set whatever hours of operation were appropriate, taking our assertion here today that he is not intending and we would not be here on a 24-hour operation. But those may not be the hours. So we would prefer that the business hours not be set today. The business hours be set when you see the business, which you'll see on the liquor and gaming license. The balance of the conditions we can live with. And you would still have a 6-month review. So we think you're adequately protected. You'll see him again and you'll see who it is and what his operation is, and you can set his hours appropriately. And it's not 24 hours. And you'll have a 6-month review of that. But particularly with him not being here, I'm reluctant to agree to that absolute limit.
Margot, you knew my concerns at that time. And the other thing was the security. I was thinking I didn't quite hear the security one. I know that you I'm wondering can there be light sensors on the buildings near there? Would that be a terribly big expense?
Typically it's not, but it's Mr. Mann's money. Could we put light sensors to have lights go out when?
Well, no, I just mean where there are no lights. Are there lights all the way around? I'm not there all the time in the evening.
The entire parking structure, the parking area is lighted, and the proposed conditions are that the exterior lighting shall be operational all the time that it's dark, and that there be security personnel on duty in the parking lot during all private banquets.
Right. Yeah, I misunderstood your question. Yes, we've agreed to the condition of full lighting during
and
any
that's
dark
there
hours,
already, is what Margot's saying.
And having security there during all the events. So
During all the events, there will be security there, okay.
In the parking lot area.
So then the last thing I had was, that you want me to say, okay, 24 hours,
No.
even though I'm, no,
we're not
don't say
asking that you say okay to 24 hours. We're
Just
asking you
say-
to be silent on the point today and impose hours when you see the operator and he tells you what his desired hours are.
Well, I understand that better, then. I can stay silent. I just didn't want to say something that I felt contradictory to. And I reserve the right then, when that time comes for licensing, to
Absolutely.
determine hours. Okay.
Absolutely. That's
Thank
understood.
you. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. Any questions on the motion?
Did I say move to approve? If I didn't, I meant to.
You did.
Okay.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please.
Yes.
And would you please show the mayor voting in the positive
2 to 8, I think.
at his request?
Yeah, that's what I had said. I appreciate it. I can get snookered there.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we want to thank the neighbors who aren't here today, but who worked with us throughout the process, who may be watching on television. We appreciate their cooperation, and Councilwoman Tarkanian's office as well.
And I want to say that there were some people who did send in an opposition to this, and I think when they see what it's going to be and what you envision, that they will back it 100% also, along with the people, the Spanish Oaks.
We will take care of them. Thank
Okay.
you.
You always do. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry. Maybe I should have consulted with council if whether or not I needed to abstain.
It's too late.
Okay.
Yes. Council, go ahead. Ricky, go ahead. Ricky?
I hope that was
Go
before
ahead.
Jose Hall.
The mayor asked to be excused. He had a very important meeting with, I think the gentleman's name was Mr. Clinton or something like that, over at 302 East Carson in Ward 3. Item number 68. I think this is the item the lowest one to be held in advance.
I need the street of this one. This is the Lake Mead in Buffalo. Lake Mead? Yes. Okay. No, I will tell you that we had far more in opposition to this than we had for it. I do believe, however, there's the misunderstanding that it's closer to that park than people, and it's not that close, because of the fact that we go to the edge of the commercial property, which has other businesses on it, rather than to the edge of this business. Secondly...
Councilwoman,
Yes.
excuse me, please. Let me read the item in the record, please.
Okay.
Item 68 is a special use permit 37-8, advance item, re-notification, special use permit, public hearing applicant, Walgreen Company, owner, Tatsumi International Company Ltd., request for a special use permit for a 48 square foot accessory packaged liquor off sale within an existing 15,120 square foot retail establishment with a waiver of a 400-foot distance separation requirement from an existing park at 7599 West Lake Mead Boulevard. This is in Councilman Tarkanian's ward. Note, this application has been amended to request 79 square feet for the accessory packaged liquor off-sale use. I declare the public hearing open. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I'm wondering if we could have on the overhead a view of the property. Oh, it's, all right, we've got it. As you can see, whoops, I
I have
lost
one
it.
as well.
Oh, okay. As you can see, on that corner is the Walgreens, and then if you go to your right all the way down, you then get to the park. You have to cross a very large right-of-way, which is a highly used street, Lake Mead. And then there is a fence that surrounds the park. So I believe that the regulation that would control that is offset by the fact that the 400 feet are not exactly from the park to the door of the the business, number one. Number two, we have that large highway in between. And thirdly, the park has a fence around it. So I know that we have many people, and they may be watching, that set me in opposition. It's rare that I would go against that many in opposition, but I think that there might not be an understanding fully, and I hope this will help them understand when they see. Would you point to it, please? Can you see it there? Yeah, and then move over to where the park is. That's a pretty big distance. How far would you say it is, Margot, from the Walgreens to the park?
Probably it is over double the requirement if you merely did the building itself.
Yes, if you went from the building to the park, it's over 800 feet, and yes. Whereas you can see that property line on the opposite corner, if you'll point to that, which is kitty corner from the park. Yeah, that's where they're talking. Well, wait, can you go stop at that other previous corner? Yes, then just go down. That's it, okay. That's the property, yeah. In other words, I'm trying to show that's where they were going from when they got to less than 400. But basically, the business itself is far away in that white square, which is over 800 feet away from the park, which would be double the amount required. And so, and also, I think we have to be very careful and helpful to businesses at this time. We have lost a Walgreens in Ward 1. And there's a lot of competition for Walgreens from other places that are selling liquor. And my understanding is that the amount of space you would use would be 1/2 or 1%.
Less than 1%.
Less than 1% would go for liquor. Is it going to be front or back of the store?
It's towards the back of the store.
Towards the back of the store.
Lois, excuse me, please. We need your name and address.
Of course. Jennifer Roberts, 300 South 4th Street, appearing on behalf of Walgreens.
Okay. Okay. And Margot, do we need to put anything in there about having the liquor towards the back, or because we had that other ordinance recently, would that overcome that?
Ma'am, Pro Tem and Councilwoman, generally we don't indicate where in a store a product has to be located. In this case, the square footage of the area is called out, and they are limited to that square footage.
Okay. So we know that it's less than 1%. And we also know there are other entities in that community, business community that is selling liquor already. And some people will say to me, well, we don't need another spot to sell liquor. Well, when we're talking about such a small spot in such a double the distance area, and in order to compete as we need to do in this economy, I feel it's important that we grant you that. So I move to approve. Thank you.
Councilman, just a moment, please. Ms. Roberts, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is a public hearing.
I tell you, whatever, I'm on your side, and you said you had some of your homeowners or whatever, but planning and staff, you know, they approve whatever. And I say, I know it's between you and the homeowners or whatever, but this is a business trying to create some business. I know a little alcohol's involved, and they're already selling in the neighborhood. A couple of more bottles won't hurt it. Sorry about that. For the good of all,
Yes.
Pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close the public hearing.
And this is, of course, with Planning Commission and staff recommending approval, that we're just following their recommendation.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, please.
I do have a comment.
Yes,
Margot, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Margot, what is the radius of the width of Lake Mead?
I believe it's 100 or 120. I have it beamed up now, so it is 100.
It is 100. Within the City of Las Vegas code, isn't there a requirement in relation to the separation of beer and wine when it comes to 100-foot right-of-way, that application being exempt?
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman, that only has to do with taverns.
Only has to do with taverns, okay.
Yes, sir.
Then I stand corrected. Thank you.
Any questions on the motion? We got a motion for approval. Please cast your vote. Please post.
Thanks. Thank
Motion
you.
carries. Item 69 is a general. Item 69 is a general plan amendment, 37-216, general plan amendment. This is a public hearing. Applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, request to adopt an updated safety and seismic safety element and revised 2020 master plan. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on this item. Margot, are you going to be handling this?
I'm sorry, yes, Mayor Pro Tem. The last public safety element was adopted in 2001. We are attempting to bring all of our elements up into compliance with NRS and also to ensure that they are updated in a timely fashion. The primary changes here are the addition of a landside hazard section, 2 new maps with regard to airport noise exposure and heliport locations. The fire hazard safety chapter was updated by Fire and Rescue. The drainage and flood control chapter was updated by Public Works, and a new implementation chapter was added with specific recommendations. The plan did go through the public hearing process, and there were also community meetings, and we would request your favorable recommendation at this time.
Are there any questions on this item of our planning director? This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Based upon your comments, Ms. Wheeler, the fact that Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, my motion will be the same for approval.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries. Item 70 and 71 and 72. Item 70 is the General Plan Amendment 37-467, request to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan of the general plan from MXU mixed use to C commercial on 2.68 acres at 2100 Fremont Street. Item number 71 is a rezoning 37-469, request for a rezoning from R4 high density residential to C2 general commercial on 3.75 acres on the west side of Eastern Avenue, approximately 160 feet south of Sunrise. Site development number 72 is a site development review 37-470, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 90,595 square foot shopping center with waivers of the downtown Centennial plant setback standards and Title 19 building placement standards on 9.61 acres at the southwest and northwest corners of Fremont Street and Easter Avenue. Before I turn it over to Mr. Stock, I do want to clarify that on the rezoning, it's going to go from R4 high-density residential to C1 general commercial. Mr. Stock, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem Reese and City Council members. I'm Arnold Stock, 2107 Alta Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89107, representing the owners of the parcel. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Las Vegas Gateway Center located in downtown Las Vegas. The subject site currently contains the following: the Blue Angel Motel, the Vegas Motel, retail stores, the Paradise Motel, and a vacant parcel. The proposed plan includes a master plan commercial center. The development is, we view it as the gateway entrance to the eastern end of downtown Las Vegas. The Las Vegas Gateway Center is a master plan retail center to be built on approximately 9.61 acres. The site currently contains a combination of vacant parcels and existing structures that are set to be demolished, thereby creating the building pads for the retail center complex. The site is located at the major intersection of downtown Las Vegas known as the Four Corners. This is comprised of Fremont Street, Eastern Avenue, Charleston, and Boulder Highway. Daily traffic volumes at the Four Corners are estimated at 80,000 cars per day per CB Richard Ellis, making this intersection arterial streets among the highest traffic volume in southern Nevada. The Las Vegas Gateway Center will contain approximately 90,595 square feet. There's required 391 spaces of parking. We're providing 409. Supermarket and other big box uses, neighborhood-oriented retail shops. Entitlement for the sites include a portion of the site currently lies within the downtown Centennial Plan. The dividing line is located on the plan, which is labeled B on the site plan. Request for waiver of development standard for the downtown Centennial Plan setbacks on Build 2 line along the front property line of Charleston Boulevard, Fremont Street, and the downtown Centennial Plan portion of the site along Eastern Avenue. Siting the buildings on Eastern Street frontage and the parking lot would create an unsafe environment for patrons. Also have a request for a waiver of development standards, site plan B, locating building D and E behind the minimum setback lines. Siting the buildings on the Eastern Avenue frontage and the parking lot and the parking behind would create an unsafe environment for patrons as well. The wireless tower that is located on site plan A will remain. The off-premise signage will be removed at the time of construction that's currently on this portion of the site, which is at Fremont and Eastern. We estimate the project will have construction jobs, 50 full-time jobs, 20 part-time jobs, and permanent retail jobs, 125 full-time jobs and 40 part-time jobs. Neighborhood meetings, we held a neighborhood meeting, a public meeting was held on March 16th at the Las Vegas Community Senior Center, along with several subsequent individual meetings that I've had the opportunity to have with local businesses and residents to present, discuss, and receive input from residents and businesses. As a result of the neighborhood meeting and other meetings we have had with our architects, planners, engineers, and City of Las Vegas staff, we've done the following. On Site Plan A, which is on the southwest portion of Fremont and Eastern, we have removed an ingress-egress driveway that was currently here on the Fremont Street edge, and then we have an ingress only on the Eastern Avenue edge, thereby removing these two driveways that have been existing for many years. We removed one of them, made one of them only an ingress. On Site Plan B, the removal of an ingress-egress driveway along Eastern Avenue, we added a traffic collector lane along Eastern to reduce backup and traffic flows. And I have personally met with local business owners and residents that live in the immediate neighborhood about the Las Vegas Gateway Center. There is Sunrise Collective Management Association immediately behind the site on Sunrise Avenue. I've had several discussions with their president and with members of their organization, and they've gotten together and formed an association to help clean up that area and keep it maintained well. I have with me 25 support letters that I presented at the Planning Commission meeting. Actually, I had 22, and I received 3 more. And a lot of them are from people that are in the immediate area. Some are not. Pre-development work that's been completed to date. We've retained a development consultant to coordinate this, which is myself. We've done architecture and planning, master plan designs. We've done geotechnical work, Phase 1, asbestos abatement in the motels. We've done demolition costs of what it would cost to take the motels down. I have met with Park County Social Services and United Way to talk about, at the time when there is relocation, that we move the residents that are living in the motels into respectable, equal, or better housing. The owners of the subject site is Mary Barsis Enterprises. Those of us that have been around a while remember Mary. She had passed about 2 years ago. The executive trustees from Mary Barsis Enterprises is Ms. Sharon Prusy and Aaron Hansen. They've made a substantial commitment, both financial and commitment to seeing that this corner gets restored and that we have a revitalization for a new commercial center. The Blue Angel sign and the Neon Museum. I've had several discussions with the Neon Museum. We have the historic Blue Angel sign. We have the Vegas Motel sign and the Paradise Motel sign. It is proposed by us that the 4 signs be restored and placed within various areas in the downtown redevelopment project area, possibly some in the Boneyard. There's a lot of history to the Blue Angel sign in particular, which was designed by Miss Betty Willis, who designed the Welcome to Las Vegas sign. And we've done some very preliminary renderings, maybe a gateway sign at this site, so that the Blue Angel could be restored. Ironically, there are many people from around the United States and actually around the world. They look up things that people are so internet savvy today. They come down and take pictures in front of the Blue Angel because it does have some history of Las Vegas to it. And we've talked about doing some things that welcome people to this area, that this is a gateway to the eastern edge of the downtown district. Additionally, the Ace Green Line is slated to come up Fremont Street and go down to downtown Henderson, and this will be a good stop for it. We think that'll be a major addition to it. Again, we feel this is a shovel-ready project. We've had several, we have marketed with C.B. Richard Ellis for almost the past year. We've had many national credit tenants interested in the property, have given us letters of intent and letters of interest. And next week, if council approves today, which we hope you do, we're going to the ICSC convention and market very aggressively. It'll be a great opportunity for us to market the project and see it come to its fruition. Thank you for your consideration of this project, and I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Yes, we have a question. Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is great. This neighborhood's been like that for a long, long time.
Yes.
And I think this is an incredible project. And my question, Mayor Pro Tem, is when are you going to build it? When are you going to tear those other structures down, and when are you going to build this? Because I, for one, am very excited about that gateway into the downtown area. If you guys are willing to build this, I mean, this is awesome. You have an answer as to when you might start? You said you're going to go market this, but can you give us some time frames?
Absolutely. You know, the big question in this economic climate is, it's a great idea, how you're going to finance it. And part of the task that I've had over the past several months is finding money, talking to lenders, talking to other developers, and to my delight, we've had 3 or 4 major developers that I've approached that have met with us, met with the owners, that are very interested in coming and talking about and doing some joint venture work on the property. I do believe it will happen in increments, given the way that the market is today. And I do believe that the project will come to its fruition. If I had to fix a timeline on it today, I would say conservatively 2 years, maybe a little longer.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think this is a great addition to your ward, in my opinion. Once you get this done and get your financing in place and get some tenants in there, I see this as only help, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes. Any other questions? Public hearing? Yes, sir.
Well, Blue Angel, as you said, is a kind of a landmark, you know, where the 3 points come together, you know, Eastern and Charleston and Fremont or whatever, right? What I'm saying is that you say you're going to try and save the logo like you do the rest of them, whatever. And that's good. But right now, and as for many years, that has been a blight. You know what I'm saying? It's been pretty bad over there. So anything you can do to just dress it up and bring it forward, you know, tear down things, create new things, jobs or whatever. I'm always in favor of progress. You understand? If we're going to move forward, the more progress we get, the better it is for all of us. So doing something about the Blue Angel area is a great idea, and I just hope that the funders, you know, the people come through and you get it done. Lots of luck, Mr. Pre-Tem Mayor, whatever.
Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. First, to get started off, the Blue Angel Motel sign needs the arches on it. The arches are an important part of that sign. The second thing is, Councilman Reese, I really, really want this thing to work, but time and time again, we have had developers that came before this council and insist that they need the 17 acres. And for some reason, somewhere they came up with this 17-acre thing in order to get these things penciled out. My fear is that this thing will get built and the economy will go to heck and it'll get boarded up and then we will be in a fix. And I really hope for the best. I want to be an optimist. I really do. But I just have those concerns, Councilman Reed.
Mr. Farlow, if I could, please. This shopping center, if it ever gets built, will never be boarded up. If it gets built, they will have tenants for it. I am kind of like Councilman Ross. I have, deep love for this area. I would love to see something done over there. One of my comments to the applicant's representative today is going to be, how soon can we get those motels tore down? They're not kept up. They are a blight, and I'd rather just see some vacant land down there than what we have. And I would like to see them, whether we go forward with the project, not have them tore down and just have vacant ground there with some coverage on it or something. Mr. Farrell, I do have a lot of concerns also about when this project is going to get completed, if it even gets started. And it is. It's a very, very important part of the downtown redevelopment. But I also had this same conversation 5 or 6 years ago with a guy who I really admire. His name's Scott Nielsen from Station Casinos. And when they bought the land where the Showboat and the Castaways was located, and they had some huge plans on what they was going to do. And as you can tell today, it's still vacant. It's fenced, and it's not a blight like the motels are. And so we have to take into consideration all applications as they come in. And if the mayor was here, he would say, Mr. Stock, when is this going to get started, like Councilman Ross asked? And he would say, sooner than never. And I just hope, Mr. Stock, that we can get something started there at this location. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
I would like to mention, he conducted a very good neighborhood meeting, and we really appreciate him bringing the money into it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Bill Marion, 3455 Cliff Shadows Parkway. I'm here in two capacities. I am the chairman of the board of the Neon Museum. And before I talk about this project, I do want to tell you, Councilwoman Tarkanian, the pig we have no interest in. So I want to go on the record that we are not interested in that sign.
That's not a discussion at this time.
We have had discussions with the applicant regarding the signs, and they're truly historic signs. We're thrilled about their interest in restoring them, in putting them back into a position where they will be prominent once more. And in reality, it kind of extends the project that we're already doing, where we're running neon signs, old historic signs, down Las Vegas Boulevard. Given the signs that are now up on the Fremont Street corridor east of Las Vegas Boulevard, this is a real complement to that, so it allows for these historic signs to branch even further out from the historic center of Las Vegas. The second reason that I'm here is just on a personal reason. I grew up near this neighborhood, and you know, if many of you may remember, not only did they have the Blue Angel Motel, but there was the Blue Onion Drive-In. Fremont Street was a vibrant area from Eastern all the way up to Main Street. You had two huge anchors that drew people, and one was the Blue Angel Motel, the Blue Onion, and those businesses linking all the way up west to...
Up to what?
Up to Main Street.
Up to what?
Huh?
Up to what? Up to Main Street. What was on Main Street?
Well, what the Main Street was downtown Las Vegas.
What was on Main Street, though?
on Main Street, well, there was the old train station.
That's it.
Are you just testing my knowledge here? Yeah, no, there was the old train station.
I wanted to find out how many girls you stepping down Fremont Street.
Well, and you may remember cruising. You cruised from the Blue Onion down to the railroad and then made the return trip. So anyway, this is a project that brings that anchor back. And so instead of looking at needing to rely only on current downtown and then moving eastward, you'll now have an eastern portion that will allow for redevelopment in a western fashion as well. So we're thrilled with this project, and I just want to go on record saying that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, will close.
Good afternoon. I'm Mayor Pro Tem. Council, Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas. Sometimes magic happens and everything falls together, sometimes not. I think this is an enormous potential godsend I'm very impressed with the comprehensiveness of the efforts and the endeavors of the applicant. Of course, I recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Does anyone want to close the public hearing? I'd like to put all the comments that have been made so far into my motion. Mr. Stock, this is a great undertaking. You undertook another project across the street where Rite Aid used to be, where we have the Fresh and Easy now. Some things happen, some things don't. And I guess I'm being pessimistic now because I don't know at this time whether we're going to be able to go forward with these items, as provided for us today. I'm going to make a motion for approval of all the items, but I just hope that we can get something done ASAP.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I've done a lot of studying of this site in this corner and other retail areas in my other projects in Las Vegas Valley. If this was any other corner at any other time, at this time in our history in the valley, I would say, it's marginal. But this corner has the benefit of 4 major arterials intersecting in one area. And every retail, I just want to say this for the record, every retail use that we've talked to has recognized that, and that's why the Fresh and Easy is across the street. And it also has the benefit of being Eastern Avenue going from Green Valley all the way up into North Las Vegas, and Charleston from Sunrise Mountain all the way over to Red Rock. And so it has tremendous bus, vehicular, and rooftops in the area potential. So I'm not saying that we're 100% there, but I think that we go in with a tremendous advantage. And I just wanted to thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Reese, for all the meetings that you've granted me, and the staff that's worked very hard because there's a lot of different zoning issues on this. So
I do have one more request, though.
Yes, sir.
Could you please get a Blue Onion built on this at this location? We'll dedicate it to Mr. Marion.
Get a what?
A Blue Onion at this location, the drive-in, and we'll name it after Bill Marion.
Absolutely. We'll
Thank
try.
You. On item number 70, I'll make a motion for approval with all conditions, please. Cast your vote. Please post. These guys are playing tic-tac-toe up here.
I hope they're doing it with the S's.
Motion. Yes, motion carries. And item 71, I'd like to make a motion for approval following Planning Commission staff's recommendations. Margot?
That would be, the approval is to C1 limited commercial zoning.
And you agree to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any question on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And item 72 on the site development review, I'll make a motion for approval with all conditions, please.
If I may, Mr. Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem, just to clarify that the sign plan that he showed today has not been submitted, so it's not part of your approval today. There'll be a subsequent sign plan.
Yes. Any questions on the motion?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Hearing none, cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Stock.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Item 79 and 80. Item number 79 is a rezoning 37607, request from RE Residence Estates to C1 Limited Commercial. Item 80 is a site development review, request for a site development plan review for a proposed one-story, 17-foot, 12,000 square foot clinic. What does it say right there? Sorry about that, you guys. Item 77 is General Plan Amendment 37614, request to amend a portion of the Centennial Hills Sector Plan of the general plan from M, medium density residential, to H, high density residential. Item 78 is rezoning 37615 from RE, medium density residential, to high density residential. This is in Councilman Anthony's ward. And we'll declare the public hearing open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Victor Rodriguez, 4080 Desert Inn Road. I am representing the owners of the property, currently the Quail Tree Apartments. As you can see on your overhead, on the aerial, the west half of the property is already constructed. We are actually doing the general plan amendment and the zone change to bring the existing Quail Tree Apartments plus the vacant portion to the east into line with the current GPA and zoning in the city. The current development has 224 units on it, which would automatically put it into the high-density use and an R4 zoning. There's no changes planned to the existing structures, apartments, and we will be coming back with SDR and waivers, variances for parking as soon as we work out details with NDOT. If you have any questions, I can...
Any questions, the applicant? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. May the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My motion is to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
That's on item number 77. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries. And item 78, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Same motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Okay, cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you,
sir.
Councilman, thank you, and your staff.
Item 79 is a rezoning, 37607, request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to C1 Limited Commercial. And item number 80 is a site development review, 37606, request for a site development plan review for proposed one-story, 17-foot, 12,000 square foot foot clinic. This is Councilman Barlow's ward, and the Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. Yes, sir.
Kurt Carlson with SH Architecture, 7373 Peak Avenue, Las Vegas, 89128, representing the applicant, Volunteers in Medicine of Southern Nevada. The proposal before you is for a one-story medical clinic. It's currently on 3 vacant lots that we will have to remap into one contiguous parcel for the project. It's a one-story building. We agree with all conditions from staff, and we have met with the neighbor immediately to the south. I know he had some concerns on his power and the wall surrounding the clinic, and we have talked with him and are working with him and keeping him apprised of any developments as we go through the project.
Are there any questions of the applicant? This is a public hearing, and we should speak on this item.
Thank you. My name is Jerome Mosley. I'm the property owner at 1201 N Street, property there on the corner of Madison and MLK. I also own the property at MLK and Madison, which is the C1 zoning. The gentleman mentioned that he gave me a call a few days ago and told me that they were going to wait till this hearing here was concluded before they proceed with some type of plan that would enable the easement to stay in place. Now, I will say this, that their protection is commendable. Probably the appearance from their projections would be something that will do MLK some good, and at the same time, it would benefit the community. But at the same time, I do have a concern, namely with the power and the safety of the placement of, as they put it. Let me see. Excuse me. He's got this big one. I got my small one. The easement that's there, approximately 75 feet from my home, which I've been in for over 25 years, is going to have to be vacated to them. My proposal has been that this easement not be vacated to them, but flip to the 75 foot away so that easement stays in place so that the power can be accessed whenever we choose to do any redevelopment to our C1 property, and at the same time it would act as a buffer between his project, because I was very concerned at the last meeting to learn that their medical clinic is going to be treating people with mental illness, and it raises red flags in my head because I know DMV doesn't take have any way to know who's mentally ill and take their driver's license away. And I don't want their cars coming through.
Excuse me just a moment, please, sir. It says here it's a 12,000 square foot. Never mind, go ahead. Go ahead.
It is a 12,000 square foot. It's a lot of building. And the parking, according to his plan, is exactly 5 feet from my house and my family's bedrooms, you know. And I had mentioned to him about putting in a retaining wall of about 2 feet high so that the cars don't come through. My son pointed out to me that even if they hit that wall, the Brock's going to hit us. And this is why I was recommending that the easement not be given to them, but let it be reversed so that they're going to end up with one big piece of property in a way, but let it be reversed so that the easement is between me and the property, which would give me a 20-foot buffer. And as you probably can see, the map is just a continuation of an alley, and it's got 3 power poles there, you know. And he mentioned to me that they was going to try to work out something. The developer, yes, work out. You make show right now.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any comments on this?
Comments with respect to the existing above-ground power poles. It's my understanding that they're going to be put underground within the existing easement. I'm not familiar with the intent to vacate that easement. Nevada Power would most likely still use the easement, just the facilities would be placed underground. Underground facilities are not incompatible with parking lot uses, so I would not expect a problem to occur as a result of them. But that easement is a Nevada Power easement, not a City of Las Vegas easement, and we would not have any involvement in vacating.
I understand that, but I just wonder what you were thinking about.
I'm sorry, sir?
I just wonder what you're thinking about it, though.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. When I was at the planning meeting, I gathered a lot of information through the meeting that I didn't know before, and they mentioned that easement would be vacated to become all part of his lot. One large piece of property. I'm underground right now. My house goes down one street. My business goes down the opposite street, to that power. And I was mentioning that if there's any problem or any redevelopment, that we would have to dig up his parking lot, because they made me dig it up. The dirt was nothing at the time 25 years ago.
Yes. Do you want to address these concerns, sir?
Yeah, actually, I think there was a slight misunderstanding at Planning Commission. We're not looking at vacating any easements. What we have to do legally is combine all 3 lots into one contiguous parcel. The power line easement would still be going through there, regardless of how it gets remapped into one lot. So it is still anticipated to be there. We haven't done any engineering with Nevada Power yet regarding how his power comes out, but obviously we wouldn't be allowed to interrupt or remove, his power connection if it occurs in there. We were waiting until after all the final approvals to get final engineering from Nevada Power on the issue. The other one is actually on the adjacent to his property down on the south, in this area right in here, there is actually a 15-foot landscape setback easement in there adjacent to his property, and there is a 6-foot-high block wall proposed at the property line around our property.
I went down to planning about 4 or 5 days ago to find out what are these trees that they're planning to put in there, and they told me that he went through each one according to the site plan, and he told me that at maturity they would be anywhere from 15 to 20 feet high. And like I said, if he put a block wall there on the property line and all, those trees would always hang over into my property because it was only a 5-foot difference in us, you know. And I never heard the part that he was saying that Nevada will do an underground there, you know, because I'm already underground.
Yeah,
You know.
we'll get to that. Anyone else wish to speak on this item?
Definitely. On behalf of this homeowner here, and I'm here in this 5-foot business, and somebody can come through and maybe knock a wall, or as you said, if it's only 5 feet from his house, that can be. We're having a lot of cars going through walls nowadays and all the way into swimming pools and whatever. Right. The objective is, it sounds like he has a personal concern. And trees branches does extend. They're up in the air. They don't know nothing about boundaries or whatever. The name of the game is, whatever you do, I want the business to do its business. But at the same time, I want somebody to put enough footage to protect this particular part. Period. I want that done. I don't care how y'all work it out today, but get that done and make it do it right. This man sounds like he's scared to death, and I don't blame him.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I am. I'm old.
My name is Gard Jameson. I'm on the board of the Volunteers in Medicine of Southern Nevada, and my wife, Dr. Florence Jameson, started this project. We've had conversation with Councilman Barlow, and it's our intention to make Martin Luther King the most beautiful boulevard in America by putting the trees that Councilman Barlow would like to put up there, which I understand are palm trees. And so we're looking forward to making this landscape right in accord with everything else on that boulevard.
Thank you, sir. You have anything else you want to say, sir?
No, it's just that I just want to make sure my family is safe and make sure the easement for any development for power is available.
Let me just tell you one thing, sir. Councilman Barlow will make sure that your family's safe. I guarantee you that. Anyone else wish to speak? Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. Mr. Mosley, thank you so very much. I heard your comments that you shared with the Planning Commission, and so I'm very much aware of your concern as it relates to the easement. You are the architect, is that accurate?
Right.
Okay, and I'm sorry, your name?
Kurt Carlson.
Kurt Carlson. If you will, let's speak more so, because this is a concern. I want to make sure that not only my business owner here in my ward, but my resident as well, has a level of comfort and protection at the same time. And so his main concern is in relation to the easement, in relation to the power and his future development as he moves forward in the future. What can you share with this council as to this easement concern, being that I know you haven't spoken to NV Energy, but what are you proposed to speak to them about, and how in fact would that inadvertently affect the business owner / resident that's adjacent to this parcel?
We can't do anything that would adversely affect him from the standpoint of, if his power is coming out of that area right now,
okay,
it has to stay there.
That's correct.
And we don't have any wiggle room in that unless we want to go through the expense of relocating him to another pole coming off another area. Dealing with a nonprofit, they're not going to have the money to be able to do that.
Okay.
With the re-engineering of lowering it down there, you're right. We have not spoken with NV Energy yet about the direct ramifications of that from the standpoint of, how his power is accounted for. But we would definitely would not be allowed to, take him off of that power supply there. So from that standpoint,
it's NV Energy that regulates and guarantees that his power is going to be coming out of there. So we
Correct.
would have to work with NV Energy to make sure that it's uninterrupted.
Right. Now, Mr. Mosley, are you concerned that your power will be interrupted due to the development? So help me just clarify your concern so that we can
I'm
clear
concerned,
it all up.
yes, I'm concerned that it may also be interrupted from the development, because once they get started, there's going to be a lot of activity, a lot of dirt moving, because it's a kind of a rough terrain over there, as you probably know already. And my biggest concern is that power for my own personal redevelopment as I move forward with some other plans for my C1 property, and my personal safety of the home right behind it. Just noticing on his plan here, they have the planning committee approved trees right over it, and I don't even know how they're going to grow it over the power line. And the same thing with his block wall coming where my power comes around. You know, he's not going to know it. I know exactly where the power line is that I put in, you know, and it is running really close because it's a real tight pit, because at the time I built the home there, I got a variance, and it was very narrow. And you know, it's been over 25 years ago, but I knew that someday something may happen, but I didn't know it was going to happen this big, not 12,000 square feet, you know.
Well, I can share this with you. We're doing things in a very big way moving forward, specifically with the amount of infrastructure and time and effort that we've placed into Martin Luther King, as you very well know, being that, you know, you live adjacent to Martin Luther King, as well as your business is on Martin Luther King for many, many years. So development is coming down Martin Luther King, and I just want to know if, in fact, you support the development that's coming.
Oh, I definitely support it.
Okay.
Matter of fact, you know, like I said when I first started this conversation, I think looking at his design, I think it's going to be a marvelous thing to look out my back window and see. You know, I just don't. My biggest concern is because of something this gentleman say. I've seen it only takes what they call one time. And I don't want the one time whether it's affecting me or my grandkids who I'm leaving the property to. You know, from the standpoint, you know, I look up at 80 years old, hopefully, and they say, hey, how come you didn't speak up because your grandson just got killed because the car ran through it? I don't want that to happen. And that's why I'm as concerned that while they're developing it, either put the buffer there or flip the easement, and the easement would automatically make the buffer.
Okay. Margot, is there anything that we can place as far as condition in relation to the buffer and or from a development standpoint, you all agreeing to, when you meet with NV Energy, that Mr. Mosley is a part of those discussions so that he can be a part and be a community partner? I mean, because the last thing that you want is to basically build a development next to an existing business, and you all are at odds. What I'm trying to create here, sir, is a win-win for everyone, because he has a development, a pre-existing business, and he's been there for many, many years. And so what I'm trying to do is create a relationship that we can basically live in harmony on Martin Luther King, and also for that create a partnership that, you know, one would look out for the other.
We would definitely have no problem getting everybody together with NV Energy, because it may be in his best interest to do that at this point. If he wants to increase his power supply to the commercial portion, now would be the time to do it when we're talking about.
That's a very good point, because when you put the power in, I'm pretty sure the amps run at
probably went for a
the amp
house.
levels that are in today. But also, what I would like to do is also, if you would include me and Mr. Mosley, if this is okay, bring you another level of comfort. Would you include me on those meetings with NV Energy so that I can also be there to be a part of those discussions so that we can continue to move this development forward? Because I can share with you, Mr. Mosley, that what Volunteers in Medicine is bringing into the community is something that is greatly needed, specifically as we talk about the need of medical care in America. And I know that Congress, as of recently, passed the Healthcare Reform Act that, like it or dislike it, you know, it's about providing medical coverage for the needy. And in the area in which you live and in the area in which I represent, there is a need from seniors all the way down to infants as it relates to medical coverage and also having an opportunity to receive the appropriate assistance that currently does not exist. So this is a development that will be coming in to actually fill that void and to fill that gap on behalf of all residents. And so I do support it, but also at the same time, I do support what you're bringing before this council as it relates to your concern of power, your concern of safety and security at the same time. So moving forward, I would like for my office, Mr. Mosley, as well as the development group, as we set up those meetings with NV Energy, that we're all sitting at the table talking about those concerns so that Mr. Mosley can feel very comfortable and also see how you can increase your amperage specifically for your C1 parcel that will more than likely be a cost
might have to run
savings.
some three-phase in there.
Right. Absolutely. There may be a very measure of a cost savings to you as well. So can we do that? Would you agree to that, Mr. Mosley?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Yeah, they have my number.
Okay.
And I think your office do too.
Yes, we do.
And so, just keep me in the loop, and I'll be there.
All right, well, I appreciate that. All right. Okay. So, Margot, do you have any further comments before I move forward?
And Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman, if I may, just a comment that nothing precludes the relocation of this easement if it's worked out with Nevada Power based upon the site plan that's before you today.
Right.
So there is no condition change that would need to be made in order to allow for that.
Okay. And as it relates to the easement, Margot, is there anything that we can place on the record now that will ease some of the concerns today?
Well, the issue is, in speaking to that, sir, there is an 8-foot block wall that will be required to be built on the south property line.
And I would like that to be a decorative block.
Yes, sir, it has to be by code.
Okay.
And there is over 10 feet of a landscape buffer between that wall and the parking area.
Okay.
So there is a
So that's where your safety security comes into play.
rather significant area that already exists in the plan.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Let her finish, please.
That cannot be changed, that cannot be eliminated without coming back through a process, so
Right.
it is required to be there. Whether or not the easement were to be moved to that location is not problematical. That is something to be worked out by the private developers and Nevada Power.
Okay.
So the only thing that we would need to add at this time, my condition number 8 is proposed, would be to clarify that the southern perimeter wall be 8 feet in height.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Councilman Barlow.
Yes, sir.
When I...
Thank you, Margot.
If you may note there, I just drew a red line right in front of that parking space there.
Where are you looking?
Right here. When she says...
Okay, do me a favor and place your piece of paper right on top of theirs. Right on top. There you go. Right in the middle.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Okay. If we can zoom in. Bring it down some, Mr. Mosley. Bring it down. Stop right there. Okay. Now if the camera can just focus in.
Okay.
All right, great.
This is their parking space. This is the 10-foot decorative...
8 foot.
8 foot. Is right here in front of the parking space that I was requesting 3-course blocks so that if the car hit it, it won't go over. It'll hit the block.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
There are the steel poles, and you all have seen them at whether it be grocery stores and things of that nature. Can you work that into the landscape plan in some way, because his home is adjacent to the wall, so just provide him a level of a little bit more safety in that respect. If you can just implement some type of steel poles that will
right and
work right into the landscape plan.
Yeah,
if in fact planning and development doesn't have a problem with that, Margot.
Basically as a steel bollard, essentially.
Bollards are what you're talking about.
Okay,
that would
thank
be
you for the
located,
terminology. So can you all work that in? Can we place that as a condition, Margot? How do we do that?
There shall be bollards placed in the southern landscaped area adjacent to, where it is adjacent to the residential structure to the south.
Okay, can you work that out for me as a condition?
Yes, sir.
And do you all agree to that?
Yeah, I'd just call it out as a 3-foot-high steel bollard.
3 foot high. I would like for there to be a 3 foot high steel bollard in the landscape adjacent to the residential property
property.
on the south side of the application today before us. Does that work? And you
Yeah.
agree to that?
Yeah, we agree to that. That's fine.
Okay, and that brings you that level of comfort and
Hit
safety,
the ball
Mr.
first.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, he still polls first.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And the block wall second.
And the second.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay. And the shrubs and the trees that will be there. All right?
Yeah.
Hopefully the palm
We
trees
getting
will be on the
that.
Martin
We
Luther King
getting
side. All right? Okay, so I just want to make sure we have that. So moving forward as it relates to the easement, and Council, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, thank you for your indulgence. Moving forward, now the next phase will be for us to be a part of the conversations as it relates to NV Energy, so that we can discuss that easement question with NV Energy. Okay?
Yes.
All right, so with that, Bart, do you have anything from Public Works as it relates to the frontage of Martin Luther King and the width of the driveway entry?
No, sir, we were quite happy with this arrangement.
Okay. And Margot, the landscape plan, we meet the landscape plan?
It's all there.
Okay.
Yeah, believe
So-
it or not, we actually came in with no waivers and no, we weren't looking for a reduction on anything in it, so.
Beautiful, beautiful. Congratulations. So my motion will be to move for approval, subject to the conditions that have been placed before us here today. Thank you.
That's on item 79. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. Today?
If I may, those changes are both on the SDR, not the zoning.
Motion carries. And we need a motion on item number 80, please.
Yes, my motion will be for approval, subject to the conditions that I placed on item 79. I apologize, Margot.
Right, that'd be the existing conditions.
The existing conditions.
As amended.
As amended. Thank you.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I'm not sure if I need to clarify item number 79. That was a zoning matter, so that was to move from RE to C1.
Yes.
For the record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, please post. Motion carries.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Good luck
Thank
to you.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosley. Thank you.
Item 81 is a variance, 37,592, request for a variance to allow a proposed 1,560 square foot accessory structure, Class 1, for a total of 2,136 square feet of combined floor area, where 712 square feet is the maximum allowed. And item 82 is a special use permit, 37,593, request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,560 square foot accessory structure, Class 1. The applicant owners are Bert and Kathy Short. The project is located at 6241 Whispering Sands Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and staff recommends denial of both items. These items are in Ward 6, Councilman Ross, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Bert Short, and I live at 6241 Whispering Sands Drive. And I'd like to just state that this is a single-story building that's not obstructing anybody's view. I have letters from my neighbors saying that they have no objection, to building this. There are, excuse me, irregularly shaped lots where nobody can build back there beyond that. We're a minimum of 15 foot from the closest property line and 30 even beyond that. We've got a justification letter stating that this is not for rental, it's for our own personal use to keep our family together.
Any questions of the applicant? Hearing none. Is there anyone here from the public who would speak on this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Short, I drove by the house and took a look at what you got going over there. So you agree to all of the staff's conditions?
Yeah, definitely.
And this is a no-brainer for me. Mayor Pro Tem, I would move to approve agenda item 81, subject to all conditions.
You've heard your motion. Cast your vote, please. Please post. Did you mean to abstain, Steve? You abstained. These darn machines.
And Mayor Pro Tem,
Motion carries.
on agenda item 82, I would also move to approve subject to conditions, and Mr. Short, good luck.
Same motion. Cast your vote, please. Please post. I voted.
We're all affected.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Item 83 is a special use permit 37566. Public hearing, applicant Walgreen Company, owner A&M Lake Mead LLC, request for a special use permit for a 79 square foot accessory packaged liquor off sale within an existing 13,905 square foot retail establishment at 9420 West Lake Mead Boulevard. This is in Ward 4, Councilman Anthony's ward. Planning Commission staff recommend approval of this item. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Roberts of Lionel Sawyer and Collins, 300 South 4th Street, appearing on behalf of the applicant Walgreens. This is an application for accessory packaged liquor off sale to add packaged liquor sales to an existing Walgreens at Lake Mead and near Del Webb. It's an existing commercial development. It meets the separation requirements. We met with and received no objection from the Sun City Summerlin Community Association. Staff and Planning Commission recommended approval, and we'd ask for your approval as well.
Any questions of the applicant? Hearing none, this is a public hearing.
This is Mr. Anthony's ward. Good luck. And they said everybody approved it, staff and planning and whatever. So, hey, it must be a good deal. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My motion is to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 84 is a special use permit, 37576. A public hearing, applicant Cash America Super Pond owner, Fremont West LLC. That's been held in abeyance. Item 85 is a special use permit, 37603. A public hearing, applicant Walgreen Company owner, Village Torrey Pines Partners LP. Request for a special use permit for a 79 square foot accessory packaged liquor off sale written within an existing 13,905 square foot retail establishment at 6401 West Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 1, Councilman Tarkanian's ward. Planning Commission staff recommend approval of this item. The applicant's representatives before us. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Jennifer Roberts of Lionel Sawyer and Collins again. This is a request for a special use permit for accessory packaged liquor off sale at an existing Walgreens at Charleston and Torrey Pines. It meets the separation requirements, and there are several commercial properties in the area and zone commercial. So we'd ask that you follow staff's and Planning Commission's recommendation of approval.
Thank you. Mr. Hodges, please.
All these places seem to be Walgreens. They trying to help the neighborhood all over the neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? So that's a good thing. And Walgreens is a huge corporation all over the United States. So this is a good deal. I know alcohol's involved, whatever, but good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? We'll close the public hearing. Councilman Tarkanian, please.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, this is the other item that I had a concern about. I wanted to obey it for 2 weeks, and that is because I received a letter from the Clark County School District, which I just received today. I have nobody to I haven't had an opportunity to contact anybody there yet. They're having a concern that we're giving waivers that is sort of loosening up to a detriment the ordinances we have about distances between schools and places where liquor is sold. So I would just like to talk with them, and then we could just leave it for, could we do it for 4 weeks? Would that be too hard? Is 2 weeks?
4 weeks is acceptable.
I'd like to do it for 4 weeks if I could. I'm taking a vacation in there, then I wouldn't have to rush, so thank you. But I'd like to obey it then for 4 weeks.
Okay. Wouldn't that be June 16th?
June 16th, and that's based upon the fact of the letter I received from the CCSD today. Thank you.
Okay, we got a request for an abeyance item till the June 16th meeting. Any question on the motion? Cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries. Item 86 is a special use permit, 37605, a public hearing, applicant Walgreen Company, owner Lake West Las Vegas Properties LLC, request for a special use permit for a 79 square foot accessory package liquor for off sale within an existing 15,048 square foot retail establishment, 1101 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is in Ward 3. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Jennifer Roberts, 300 South 4th Street. This is an application for accessory package off sale at an existing Walgreens at Las Vegas Boulevard and Charleston. It's located in a commercial area, and there are other liquor uses in the area. Walgreens is very acceptable to the condition that there would be no single sales of beer or wine, and they will not be selling mini bottles of hard liquor. This is simply just to add a convenience to the customers in the area. It will consist of less than 1% of all retail floor space, and they're not going to concentrate on selling inexpensive brands. Walgreens does understand that there is a concern with the area, and they do have signage that there is no loitering. They have a policy that every hour on the hour or more if needed, management will walk the premises to make sure there's no loitering. They've been very amenable to any law enforcement concerns, and if there is, if this use permit and licensing goes forward for liquor, they will have signage and patrol as well to prevent any consumption on premises or within the 1,000 feet as required by law. And the management of this Walgreens location has met with Neighborhood Watch. The president or the director of the Neighborhood Watch area in that in the neighborhood, and they have addressed their concerns as well. So this will allow Walgreens to remain competitive with other drugstores that are allowed to sell packaged liquor. It's a major cross section. It's not located within the neighborhoods. It's in a commercial area, and Walgreens is committed to preventing consumption by minors or any persons loitering. So we'd ask for your recommendation of approval to follow staff's and planning commission's recommendation.
Thank you. Margaret, you got all those conditions that they want to put on record?
Mayor Pro Tem, the one additional one that I heard was that we would add that there shall be no sale of miniature bottles of alcohol.
We have the singles.
We have that all beer and wine coolers shall remain in their original manufacturer's configuration of 4 or 6 packs.
Okay. And we need to put on, I think we need to put on, make it a condition that they are going to make sure there is no loitering. She volunteered that they would go around once or twice an hour and make sure of this. We put that as a condition.
Applicant.
Do you agree to that?
Yes. Applicant shall ensure that there shall be no loitering within the parking area at all times.
Within 1,000 feet of this location.
Within
1,000 feet.
In this.
Well, that would include like the Wells Fargo.
Yeah, I think the 1,000 feet only pertains to drinking outside of a building.
That's what I meant.
There's already an established law.
It's an established law, but she put on record that she would they was going to volunteer to go around and make sure that this was enforced.
I don't think they'd have
Control
to do that.
She volunteered it.
I don't think they'd have the authority to do it. I mean, even though she volunteered it, I don't think they'd have the
I see what
authority
you mean. I see what you
to
mean.
be able to do it.
Okay, I'm just
Having to
trying.
control our premises.
Try everything you can. This is a public hearing. Welcome.
Hello, Steve. Excuse me, Steve Franklin, 556 Ellen Way. I'm just here to oppose the SUP. I understand that in a lot of the other areas where this has been approved today, that those are a little bit of a different set of circumstances. I feel that this location is quite a bit more fragile on a lot of different levels. The area is, and I'm sure that all of you are aware, it's pretty riddled with street drug activity, prostitution strolling along the street, vagrants here and there, and I think that having a little more access to hard liquor in addition to other types of alcohol is only going to help fuel that type of an environment. There have been a lot of really, really good things that have happened in that area, and a lot of good business owners that are also concerned, even though I couldn't wrangle the troops today, but they're concerned with
I haven't heard anything negative from the business owners. I've heard positive stuff from the business owners in the area. I am going to put a 6-month review on this. I think we need to give them a chance to stay in business. I know that times are hard right now. I do have 6 letters of opposition, but
Actually, you have 11.
I have 6.
If you check your backup materials right now, there are 11 letters of opposition right now. 9 of them are from residents that live that own and occupy those properties. 2 are property owners that reside away from the investment properties or rental properties. And there are 5 postcards of opposition, and all of those property owners do not reside or occupy those properties.
I understand. Like I say, I've always supported the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
I do have more people in support than I have in opposition.
Okay. Well, I've received a text from.
We're not going to go through that up here. Okay.
Okay.
I understand. I'm going to. Is there anyone else who can speak on this item?
Could I have another 30 seconds or so?
Well, absolutely, yes.
Okay. There has been a lot of positive growth in an area, and also during very, very trying times. There have been new restaurants that have opened up in the area. There's Naked City Sandwich Shop. Econo Lodge has done a great job on renovating their place, and they run such a clean ship. They do just a fantastic job. Commerce Street Studios, Albo's Pizza, Harrio's Barbecue is coming in at Oakey and Las Vegas Boulevard. And I know that businesses will say one thing and do another, and there is a common problem at the corner of Oakey and Las Vegas Boulevard, at the 7-Eleven, and also at the AM/PM store.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with you, okay? But you're talking about all this good development.
Mm-hmm.
I beg Walgreens Drugstore to come in on this corner. You talk about good development. A Walgreens Drugstore is one of the nicest things that happened in the neighborhood.
I just don't think this is the place and the time. Maybe in 5 years from now.
You got one little percentage of a big shopping store that's going to have a small amount of alcohol, and they're willing to work with the person that buys it, make sure they don't consume it. At the location. I don't know what you want them to stay in business. You want these other places to come in. They're going to be wanting to have, you talk about these barbecue places and pizza places, they're going to want to have beer and wine too. So we're going to deny all of them?
That's not carrying a bottle of Jack Daniels out and then walking through the neighborhood or walking down Las Vegas Boulevard. And if I could have the overhead, I just took this picture on the way to the city council meeting less than an hour ago. It's in front of the All-Star Donut Shop. And if you want to have more of this in the neighborhood, go ahead and approve it. If you want less of this, deny it. That's all I got. And you've done a great job. However way you roll, I know how you're going to roll. I can tell.
Well,
but
no.
I got a call.
I've always supported the neighborhood. That's what I'm saying. I got more people in support of it than I have in opposition to it, and I just feel like that. I don't want Walgreens Drugstore to go out of business, and there is competition. And I just feel like that
I think 79 square feet of alcohol is going to be the difference of them going in, staying in business, or staying or
they're
going
saying
out
it.
of business.
They're saying it does. I'm not. In my business, it's not like that. But I know my business is down, and
mine is too.
And I just feel like that they need an opportunity. Mr. Hodges, please.
Excuse me, I'm getting back to Walgreens. It's a very reputable company. And as you said, let's get back to alcohol. People can buy some alcohol 8 blocks away. You know what I'm saying? You come on down there and do the thing. See, alcohol can travel anywhere it wants. Remember, the bottle and the man, they can say, hey, give me a break. You know what I'm saying? So on that area about just because you bought it here, it's got to be consumed 20 feet down the road. Give me a break. Alcohol is consumed all over the place. Hello? Thank you. Walgreens, I'm backing up. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, there is a county law that, a county ordinance that you can't consume alcohol within 1,000 feet of where it's sold. But that doesn't prohibit somebody from buying it across the street and walking over here and drinking it. I understand that. People can buy alcohol wherever they want. And I don't feel like that this is going to either hurt or help the neighborhood one way or the other. What we're trying to do here is to help Walgreens Drugstore survive. And I think it's on Las Vegas Boulevard. It's a very, very small percentage of their store. I know there's a lot of people that live in the neighborhood use this drugstore, and we have a bank right next to it. I don't know how you can differentiate between who can and who can't. Something like this here, I think it's appropriate. I am going to ask if we can put a 6-month review on this license. Okay. And if we have any problems or issues, I want to hear it at the city council, so we can determine at the time whether we continue to have the sale of alcohol.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions of the
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, the additional condition would read that there shall be an administrative review 6 months after issuance of the business license for alcohol sales.
Do what now?
That there shall be an administrative review 6 months after issuance of the
No, I don't want to administrate. I want to come forward to city council.
Okay, there shall be a review at a public hearing of city council 6 months after issuance of the business license for alcohol sales.
Thank you. I do want to thank those that have sent me letters in opposition, as well as those people that sent me letters of approval of this item, residents as well as business people. So with that said, I'm going to make a motion for approval of this item with the conditions as amended. Any questions on the motion? Cast your vote, please. Please post.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Item 87 is Director's Business, Public Hearing, Applicant Owner, City of Las Vegas requests to designate the West Side School as a historic landmark on the City of Las Vegas Historic Property Register, as approved by the Historic Preservation Commission, on 2.27 acres at 330 West Washington Avenue. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's ward. And Planning Commission staff recommend approval of this item. It's pretty self-explanatory. Are there any questions of this Director's Business? Margaret, is there anything you want to add?
No, sir.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Mr. Hodges?
I know it's the end of the day. It's the end of the day and everything's ending, which is beautiful. But they did say something about a school, so since the school is involved, can you explain that to me a little bit, and then I'll be perfect.
This is the whole old historic West Las Vegas school. You can see it there on the...
Oh, okay. Well, that ain't no problem.
That's it?
Ain't nobody going to school there. Hello.
That's it. A good friend of mine went to school there. Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, Mayor and Council, thank you so very much. We are very excited about what has taken place at the historical West Side School, and I would like to thank the Department of Planning and Development, and in particular, Margot, if you don't mind me expressing my sincere thank you to yourself as well as Ms. Courtney Mooney for a job well done with the coordination of the National Historic Registry as well as the local registry here for the state of Nevada for the West Side School. And if I may put a plug in also, Ms. Brenda Williams, who was the former councilwoman prior to myself, she's coordinating the historical book and she's retrieving all of the historical knowledge from those students who attended the school, and she's going to create a book for the community, a souvenir book for the community that is going to be a great testament to all of the rich history that exists within the historical West Las Vegas community. So please continue to look out for all of the additional meetings that will be coming forward, because we would like to get the community engaged in the process of the redevelopment, redesign, as well as the reprogramming of this historical site. So with that, Mayor and Council, I would like to move
If I could, Mr. Barlow, I also need to mention a lady by the name of Hannah Brown, who is very, very proactive. She sits on the Centennial
Hannah
Committee.
Brown actually attended the school, Mayor.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and she sits on the Centennial Committee, and she's been very deserving of some kudos, because she has represented this school before the Centennial Committee. The Centennial Committee has donated some of their monies to this, getting it set up to have this historic register reading.
Yeah, and I thank you for that, and Ms. Brown will be most definitely appreciative of the compliments, so thank you so very much for that. At this time, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion's carried. How come you did that so fast? Item 88 is I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings and dangerous buildings are nuisance litter and abatements. And don't run off, sir. I need to talk to you. I'll be right there. Item 89 is citizen participation. Public comments during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name. For the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Please set the 3-minute timer. Mr. Hodges, please.
Thank you. Today I'm speaking on something that's very important to all of us. It represents our entire nation, and not just locally. But you see, we have something in this country that's so beautiful, and they haven't been using it properly. It says that a driver's license is a privilege and not a right. So furthermore, and that's why the government want to combine all 50 states so they can do their thing. You see, each state has the right. Furthermore, if you want to stop all illegal aid and all that other mess in our country, go down there and block the border like you're supposed to, and take that weight off of Arizona, and make people get a driving license in English and all that kind of stuff. I mean, the truth is, a lot of people holding jobs that they ain't got no business on the job. And another thing, you can talk about put it in Spanish and all that kind of stuff. You got people that Spanish, English, and any other language don't have much education. They can't learn nothing can't read nothing in any language. I learned that in construction back in California years ago. So you know, put it in Spanish. That don't mean nothing. The letter could be big as this building. Some people couldn't read it. Hello? The truth is, you need to go down there and block that 1,700-mile border. Period. Okay? And make these people get their driver's license and everything else in English like the rest of us. Hello? And this way you take them off some of these jobs. Look, if you don't get these people jobs, they're going home. Thank you. America come first. The people of the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Tim Philibar, P-H-I-L-E-B-A-R. I'm a little nervous. Injured myself in 03-08 on a job working for a Frias holding company, ABC Union. It's the first cab company. Earned my way up to a 12-hour shift, 5 days a week, 60 hours a week. I was doing real well in funds and stuff. Got a hernia. The company turned its back on me, couldn't even help me get paperwork done, nothing. For days I tell the company help me. So I went to my private doctor, found a hernia. They didn't even tell me about the C4. They didn't even guide me over. I've been there for years. Maybe it's my fault, maybe it's not. It's been 2 years, 5 months. I still have a hernia. It's a dull pain. I went through two attorneys, Robert L. Himpton, second. We fell apart in court. Everything fell apart. I got Teresa Horvath. She represented me a free representation. She wouldn't back me. I said, I need some help in some personal stuff, matters of work that I'm supposed to fill out here. She says, I'm not going to help you. They told me to go to Mr. Gibbons, write him. I never got feedback from him. It's been terrible. I've been to churches trying to get help. I've asked a couple other private people. I'm sitting here with a hernia after 2.5 years. I'm just looking for suggestions. I worked for Frias from 10-4 to, it was light duty, like a 01-09, but worked 3 years without a day off, no sick days. I earned a lot. You know, I was really heartbroken when my job fell apart. You know, a single man, no children. I really hustled to get what I got. Just looking to get healed. No one can help me in this place.
Jim?
That I was.
Yeah. Jim? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Well, perhaps you could check at Legal Aid of Southern Nevada,
I did.
Clark County Legal Services.
They refused me by, I think, my unemployment. They refused, and I'm making too much money. It's only $413 a week. God, I made $66,000 last time I drove a cab. That's not the tip. I'm anywhere from $185 to
Last thing I'll suggest to you is the State Bar of Nevada has a list of lawyers that handle cases pro bono for free. So call the State Bar of Nevada. Did you try this yet?
Yes, Teresa Horvath. She flip-flop on me. That's why I had to go to Mr. Gibbons. He never fed back to me. I terminated her. I asked her 3 weeks and
Without going into a lot of detail about her, maybe going back to the State Bar of Nevada again and saying the last person you referred me to, it just didn't work out. Can we try one more lawyer?
In the fine writing, Teresa Horvath, I finally represented myself in this, and I do have an operation order.
Sir, he asked you to go back.
I did. They said in my fine, Teresa Horvath stated we went in front of the would you say the court supervisor, the judge, and she stated, you can never hire from me again in this fine print here. You can never hire a free lawyer again because you have terminated me, and kind of bit my lip. I went in and this state, for some reason, a hernia is just not worth even representing. I went through 15, 20 guys after that.
Check with the gentleman over here and see if he can talk to you about somebody or something. I don't know, Jim.
Well, I'm just looking for somebody to help me get a med card, if anything. I want to go back to work. I still have another case. I injured myself again 3 months later, and things are working out there.
We'll try to help, sir, but we're not in that business. So
okay, thank you for your time.
You bet we'll do what we can. Thanks, Steve.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. My name is Teddy Russell V, a resident of Las Vegas. As I've been saying these many years, we have a global audience, and I have a thank you list. And when the beeper goes off, I'll just go away. I needed to thank AMC for superb coverage of the truth about the Native Americans Tuesday and Thursdays in May on film. Anderson Cooper for coverage of most relevant news, 360 degrees. CNN election coverage, Channel 8 News, Chris Saldana, and brilliant investigative reporting, Channel 3, Jim Rogers, thanks. Fox 5, always. Wake Up with Al, Weather Channel, weatherchannel.com TV. Governor Bloomberg for Bloomberg.com. BBC and CNN for coverage of election in England May 6th. The White House team and Team Microsoft for the screensavers. Monsieur le Président of Microsoft International dans Paris 2 days ago. 2 jours. Merci beaucoup. I was introduced to him via TV, and I wanted to say, je suis enchanté de votre connaissance. I thank you very much for the enchantment or the pleasure of meeting you. The gentleman's first two names are John Claude. President Merkel, the President of Germany, so key and pivotal in the economic restoration of the European community. Sehr gut, vielen Dank, Viva Deutschland, Frau oder Fräulein President. Mr. Prime Minister, new Prime Minister Cameron, fully good job. My regards to your wife and Nikki Clegg. You'd be so kind. If you'd be so kind, long live Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip. It was such a joy to introduce myself by the voluminous letter via and courtesy of the White House. God bless the Duke of Marlborough, the Spencers, and Churchills, and the Russells. That's about all I have for now, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, and I'm Ned at the banks. To keep things short and without the references that I have to back this up, I sound like a raving lunatic. So to save money, I'd just like to turn this over for your reading. This is for the clerk, and then this is for the council. Thank you very much.
Could you keep one for the mayor there? Yeah, that one down there. Anyone else wishing to speak? We'll close the public hearing. Our last item is item number 90, council member recognition. Comments made by the individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Council members, or anyone wishing to speak? Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem and council. Just a few developments taking place in Ward 5 in the coming week. On Friday, May 21st, I will be hosting my Movie in the Park, which was a great success a couple weeks ago, so I invite the entire community to come out to Lorenzi Park inside of the Sammy Davis Jr. Amphitheater, which is in the back of Lorenzi Park, adjacent to the pond, and the movie will begin at 6:30 p.m., and I encourage you all to bring your lawn chairs and picnic blankets. I will be distributing popcorn once again and refreshments, and we're looking forward to having a great time. And the movie that we will be seeing this Friday will be The Princess and the Frog. So please come on out, bring your little ones, your middle-aged, as well as your older-age kids out to have a really good time in the park. And what a beautiful time we have underneath these stars out at Lorenzi. On Saturday, May 22nd, there will be an F Street meeting in regards to the closure of F Street that took place in the West Las Vegas community. Actually, there will be a meeting on Saturday at 9 a.m. at the Culinary Arts Training Facility right at Nevada Partners at the corner of Lake Mead and 8th Street. And there will also be an additional meeting on Monday, 6:30 p.m. at the Doolittle Community Center. Both meetings will basically have the same agenda, but we wanted to make sure that we covered all of those who were unable to attend the meeting on this coming Saturday. If you miss it, then you can come to the meeting on Monday. The first meeting is at the Culinary Art Training Center, and the second meeting will be Monday at Doolittle Community Center. Also, I would like to inform the community, if you haven't already heard, that we lost a great man in our community, Reverend Jesse Scott. His funeral will be held at Second Baptist Church on this coming Saturday in West Las Vegas, starting at 11 a.m. And so my prayers and my heartfelt condolences goes out to the family and friends. He's most definitely going to be missed, and he has most definitely been a pillar to the community and a friend of this council. So that will take place this coming Saturday, May 22nd, 11 a.m., Second Baptist Church inside of West Las Vegas. And I believe the address is 300 West Monroe. 300 West Monroe is the address. On Monday, May 24th, as I mentioned, the additional meeting for the F Street. And on Tuesday, May 25th, the Sarah Ann Knight Preddy apartment development will open its doors. The grand opening will take place Tuesday, May 25th. H and Monroe is the cross street, and that grand opening will take place at 11 a.m. on Tuesday. And that's the update that I have from Ward 5, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. With Reverend Scott, are they going to have a viewing or anything like Friday night?
Yes, I thank you for mentioning that. The viewing will take place also at the church, Second Baptist Church, on this coming Friday. And the viewing, I believe, should go from noon until approximately 4 or 5 o'clock, to my knowledge, this coming Friday on the 21st.
I would like to find out for sure, Ricky, so I could go and pay my respects.
Yes.
Reverend Scott was a great mentor to me. I learned an awful lot from the man, and he did a lot for the community as well as the city of Las Vegas, and I know that I'm going to miss him. I got to see him at one of the Convention Authority meetings, and I went down and he gave me a big hug and he told me he loved me and he appreciated me. And I appreciate that. Councilman?
I just wanted to add a little bit about Reverend Scott also. Serving on the school board during some tumultuous times, he was always an intelligent man. He was always sensitive. He was always aware of others' feelings, but he was very strong in maintaining his own beliefs. He really did an excellent job, and I would see him in so many different places. It just made you see good, get a hug, say hi to him, and I'm going to miss seeing him and talking with him very much. Great, great man.
Yes, he was.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Please, since we're sharing little stories about Reverend Scott, 28 years ago, when I was a young deputy district attorney for a few years, Reverend Jesse Scott used to come into the DA's office. And he wanted to express his feelings about some young people that were being prosecuted by the DA's office. And he understood that we as young prosecutors had a job to do. And some of the people that he would come talk to us about, were accused of doing some pretty bad things. But he always cared very much about the people from the community. He understood that we as prosecutors had a job to do. What a pleasant, pleasant man to have dealings with. What a nice man. He cared about folks from his community, and he'll be sorely missed.
Yes, thank you. Councilman Ross.
I have nothing, sir.
Councilman Anthony. This meeting is adjourned.